One, two, three. A man's got to know his limitations. I can't get the screen on the computer to share the Spectrum Lab. I can get other images to come up, but it's I just can't. There's something there. It's just locked out, or it's just not configured. So I'm going to have to keep pointing the camera the opposite to the which picks up the image. Anyway, there's all this chit chat on the audio science review again. Oh my goodness, the LFE again. The LFE. Everyone's going crazy. It's only gone into page 2, so it's not that crazy. I think there's probably a lot of people on there. It's just probably not bloody interested. At least myself, I'm not interested in participating and just leaving a comment. You know, it's the same sort of thing again. But that said, most people were talking about the frequency response extension and all this. How wide it goes, where does it stop at? You know, allegedly it's supposed to be filtered at 120 hertz. Does it extend a little higher than 120? Does it stop at a 120? It's got to stop somewhere where it won't go any further. But I've just been sort of like messing around with the DCX, the Behringer DCX. Put a 48 dB crossover at the lowest point and then bring it up to about 100 hertz at 48 dB, and then just let the rest of the frequency extension, just, you know, of a crossover. I don't know why I'm using a crossover. It doesn't really make much difference because the Storm audio processor can only output the that signal or that channel, sub, LFE, whatever. It'll only go up to about 200 hertz to Link Riley 12 dB, so it's got very shallow. So even still, it would still trickle a little bit above, up to maybe 300 hertz. That's if there's anything really there. You know, it's like, you know, are they really stopping things at 120 and filtering it so it just, you know, because you don't really need a crossover slope on it because it's going to be filtered in a mix. It's designed and filtered that way. But originally the signal would have gone, 70mm days would have been around about 250 hertz down to about 25 hertz, or maybe 200 hertz down to 25. And it's only things when digital came along, they decided to extend it a little bit lower, bring in the upper part of the low end and bringing it down slightly, so it go 120 hertz down to 5 hertz. That doesn't really mean it stops at 5 hertz. It can go down to 4. It can go down to 1 hertz. It doesn't mean it stops. Boom. There's nothing there that can say it stops at 5 hertz or it stops at 120. So anyway, I'm going to flip it around. Enough of me. I've got the Revenge of the Sith in the so I'm only monitoring on my system. I don't care to monitor anything else, so I'm kind of like here with the So I'm only monitoring, so I'm just fading the center channel up and down, or I got the other channel left muted and I got the right channel muted. But you know, like I say, my B chain, my THX Cinema and my B chain is pretty complicated. So I've got the, so occasionally there might be some signal coming up here on the Spectrum Lab when they use the lightsabers and all that bullshit, you know. Do we care? No, I don't. I don't really particularly care anymore. But why did I put this movie on? I don't know. I just stuck it on. I just want to see, you know, where it goes. It's got no extra, you know, it's just the LFE.1 signal. It's got no added LCR added onto it. Oh, and it's going to sound like that, you know, but it made a kind of like a, you know, so it went up to about 100 hertz there with a peak. But like I say, I got the filters on the DCX crossed over at Lynx Riley 48 dB at 100 hertz, and the extension of it will go as high as it can. I'll just bring it down a little bit. There's the lowest low frequencies down there, and then so just bring it down a little bit more, bring it down a little bit. I'm seeing something that's going up to about 150 hertz. So even though I got the crossover on the DCX, it's going up to about, I think, 300 hertz. I can take it up a little bit higher. Oh no, actually it's 400. I've got a 24. No, I've got a 48 dB. Basically 48 dB on everything. I'm gonna take it up to 700 hertz. Not that I don't think anything will go that high. So there's not much LFE content, you know, a whole lot going on. So if I go back to, say, the beginning of this movie, disc, DVD, whatever. It's even got a little bit of, you know, in the Fox fanfare, but it's very low level. So if I go to the next chapter, where is it? Go to the. All right, so it's the next chapter over that planet. You got that star. Yeah, there should be some rumble there, but it's not deep, low. It's more upper. And it's making that sound. Yeah, I can feel it a little bit. But, yeah, so what? Does a spaceship make a sound in space? Of course it doesn't. But you can see the frequency range it's doing there. Because I've got the crossovers, like, say, 48 dB. So if anyone knows that, you know what to expect. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's just a waste of my fucking time. Really. Because people on Audio Science Review are too bloody lazy. They got all this equipment and everything, and they're too damn lazy to even do it themselves. I've got to always do it myself. Fucking sick and tired of it. You know. So there's not a whole lot that bloody there going on. It's still only going pretty much up to about, but it's rolling off. It's rolling off, sort of thing. Yeah, but it's sort of extending up to about 150 hertz, but it doesn't seem to be going any further than that. Just try somewhere else. I've just got to go see where I can visualize the chapters. God, you always see these. I tell you, when it got to all these CGI bloody things, you always see too much of this. All this, you know, this, that. Oh, you know, it's so bloody terrible. I tell you, it's a dreadful movie. Oh, but it can't be any, you know, all this there, bloody hell, it looks all synthetic. God, it looks all so bloody CGI. Oh, like a blooming video game. I think I've got to go a little bit further. Where's the bloody what's it screen? There we go. Yeah, let me see what this looks like, where they're using their lightsabers and all that nonsense. So the sound's going, the frequency response there is going direct into the THX monitor. I think they use the force in a second here. Yeah, so they use the force a little bit with their to grab their lightsaber. Yeah, it's still pretty much a little trickle, just going up almost to 160 hertz. But I was just sort of thinking, so if I would have let me go to the what's it? So I'm seeing the what's it here with a delay image. It does my head in. Where's the flipping? What's it? Is it on the? Oh no, it's. Why I keep thinking I'm on the Chromebook. I'm not. I'm on the what's it? Got to go to the. Hang on, down there. Oh dear, I'm so used to using the Chromebook, but the Chromebook's got it's got a noise limiter. It can only do so much. I think there's just a few things that are just not checked and ticked on the main computer. Otherwise, I could have shared the Spectrum Lab direct as it is. So you know, I've just got to move the camera. Anyway, I'm looking at myself there. But why am I looking at myself drinking water? Because I need to drink water. Anyway, so what if I were to? I can, if I want to. I could divide that LFE signal up into two groups, into two signals. So I can have the extreme low, say, going from not necessarily 80 hertz. So what? Most people, I tell you what, on Audio Science, and that's what they're talking about. I'll post a link to where, you know, they're babbling about the bloody thing. And then they bring up 80 hertz for crying out loud. They haven't even brought up yet or mentioned the evolution and where it all started from, because most people have been brainwashed by Dolby Labs for the last 20 plus years or so, so they won't have a clue. They haven't mentioned 70mm yet, so Star Wars baby boom, yeah. That's when the magnetic discrete sound of it came about. Although we all recall, if we're old enough, Sense Around. And then we, if anyone's done a little bit of digging and history, it all goes back to the 1960s, where someone in the USA in their garage came up with subwoofer for hi-fi. And then the guy tried to get it patented, and he got it patented, and yeah, that's where it more or less started from. The origins of it, I would say. And it just, you know, in the early 70s, it boomed and got into the cinema. Otherwise, the screen speakers would have still been the same common thing as what they would be today. If that, nothing had changed, they would just still be using only better speakers today, because those older speakers did have a certain limitation. They were okay, but they had certain limitations. Where's this blooming thread, for crying out loud? It's under there. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, and where's the what's it? And then paste it. Is that posted? Yeah. That should come up now. So that's the link on the topic, you know. Bass in the LFE versus individual channels. Pfft. One person's just a little bit confused, and, you know. How many years has this person had a flipping AV or home theatre in his living room? I mean, good. If he's had something for like 20 years or so, crying out loud. Yet they've not even mentioned on here like OBE, optical bass extension. You know, all these things start somewhere, but they're all thinking like, there's another topic where people are talking about the JBL 4645C sub, which I use in the room, and I've got a clone version, like a 4645, that looks kind of similar to the 4645. And then one few people, I don't know if they're trolling on Audio Science, because you do get a lot of trolls on that Audio Science review, seriously. I don't know, they're saying like their sub bass 4645C is distorting and making noises. Only if you're turning it up to stupid levels. I mean, really, realistically, these subs in a small room don't need a lot of power to drive it. You got to think and work out the frequency response on everything else, and then you can shape it to a certain level and a certain frequency response. Because if you measure the frequency response on a sub with a crossover and it goes to a certain shape, and if you were to sort of like try and get a similar shape on the screen speakers, but most people are not using cinema speakers in the home, they're just using, and they probably got no way of actually doing proper tests. They got passive crossovers, so they're not doing it electronically, so they can't check to see if everything is the same electronically, and then play back something, and then but when you add left, center, right, it's going to double. It's going to go up, 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 but it's going to vary like that slightly, up and down between because you're adding 3 dB, etc., and you've got a single sub. And if you carefully do the balance, and it's all polarity checked, and all this, you know, the variable phase is all correct, you add the signal, and then it goes, and then you got like the LCR, and then you got this, you know, it should go up 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB, 3 dB. That is it theoretically. But a soundtrack is not going to be, you know, it's going to vary. It's going to move up and down. So it's always going to be different. You can't control it. They say that the signal on the sub and all that to the, where it's coming back here to the seat, you know, that the screen speakers and the subs have got to be maintained within a plus and minus 2 dB tolerance. That's very tiny. So, you know, you get your SPL meter out or your microphone and you're looking at the art. It's got to be within a tolerance of plus and minus 2 dB. And then when you turn that sub on and off, and when something's playing or sounding in a mix, yeah, it makes a difference. It shouldn't be the screen speakers are there and the bloody sub is way up there, because most of that loudness in the frequency response is going to smear over the rest of the bass of the screen channels, and it's going to completely sabotage it. Just like that guy in his basement with a 150 dB, and the word is now he wants to go to 160. It's going to damage his hearing eventually, and he'll end up regretting it. Because do we hear that sort of noise, loudness in the real world? Of course we don't. It goes to us, certain things go to a certain SPL level frequency response, and the rest of it that we feel is mechanical. A sub-bass speaker, when you play it in a room, you got to remember the room is adding extra signal. So it might be doing that sort of signal realistically, but the room is adding that. And you can't really subtract it, that, you know, because if you try and really EQ it, you just diminish the output power on the sub, and you end up with like a holy mess. Sometimes I just prefer just to bloody leave it off, because all you're doing is trying to, at the end of the day, it's like comparing our penis erection size to a bloody group of people on a bloody forum. Like, I got it this long, stretched out, and it's this flat. So what? Electronically, when you measure it, it's absolutely perfect. Once it gets into a room, it goes all up and down, all over the bloody place. If you measured it outdoors, it's going to be the opposite to what it is indoors. And then you're going to think, gosh, my room really sucks. Otherwise, you've got to think about it. Build the home cinema room from ground up and literally start outdoors, and then think what size. But, you know, your garden might only be a certain size, and you can't go into your neighbour's garden, you know, otherwise they'll tell you to fuck off. So you can only go so, you know, so large. Oh, and another thing, I'll just throw in some things that I see on these videos on YouTube, like, this client's got a room and it's so big, blah blah, and he's only got a very low ceiling. Yeah, it's in a basement. Have you figured it? Oh yeah, you can extend the height on that room quite easily. All you do is get the digging machines in and you excavate and dig out the concrete, because there's earth underneath it, and then you just extend the height of that bloody basement. Simple. That's what they did with the Limax Chinese theatre. They got the excavating things in, and they did digging and just did a little bit extending on it by probably a few meters down or so. So that's, you know, it's that simple, but it does cost a bit of money, mind you. Get the get the boys in and to do that digging, unless of course you can do it yourself and you save yourself a bit of money. Really. Otherwise, you can still do it. My ceiling's very shallow. You can still do it. You can still get, you know. Anyway, so this is really LFE, not bloody overheads and all that bullshit. And some people will probably think, is the LFE better on Atmos movies than 5.1? It doesn't change. Oh dear. At the end of the day, Atmos is nothing more than a mixing, encoding, decoding, delivery process. That's all it is. And it is technically flawed. Anyway, so that's all I'm seeing. I don't think I'll see anything going up higher on that. I could test another film, and I don't think I would see it going any higher. But I could put that signal if I want to. That LFE signal, I could put it into the surround speakers and just limit the low end, because my speakers, they're playing full range. They haven't got any crossover filters on them. They just play full range, and it, some of it, that bass will roll off a little bit. Yeah, I'll miss a little bit some of it. That's why you should have, you have 2 additional subs for the surrounds placed usually on the side walls, or they could be hidden somewhere, and you just divert the bass at a certain crossover frequency to those subs, so it can just give it a little bit more of that. Well, maybe. It depends on how much mechanical vibration you're getting it from. Otherwise you'd just be hearing the tone, and probably only feeling, you'd be hearing the tone like that, but only feeling a tiny percentage. Otherwise, when you put a bass shaker coupled to the seating, then you feel it. You take the bass shaker away from the seat, it's decoupled, and you only hear the tone coming from the speakers. It's not like real life and all this. Real life is opposite. You go on a bus, a vehicle, you can feel mechanical vibration. You can hear the acoustical sound, and you feel mechanical vibration. That guy with his 150, I would say he's just overkilling everything. Bloody hell. I mean, he's got 20 subs. I thought theoretically he would probably have something like near to about 177 dB, and he wants to go to 160. Because if you've got the subs and they're going up 3 dB each time, then you should be reaching somewhere like 177 or so, 170 something plus dB. That's if you're stupid and you want to damage your hearing. It's just typical of Americans, their ego clouds their judgment, and eventually they're just going to regret play a stupid game, and you're going to win a stupid prize eventually, because you'll reach a point where the threshold on your hearing just can't take any more of that, and then bam. I got tinnitus proof bloody sensor round, and that was Battlestar Galactica 1979, and yes, I fucking regret seeing that fucking movie, because I never had fucking issues before then. Come on, man. Come on. Oh. Yeah, my cat there wants to come in the room. And then have a look around. Yeah. See, he's all back to normal. My kitten, Melanie, she's out. Yeah, I think she'll just get into areas in this room at the moment that would be a little bit too mischievous, so I just want her to get a little bit use out that way. Otherwise, Bear often would try and get behind the projection screen and climb up behind it like bloody Spider-Man. And yeah, his claws went right into that screen. Not one single bit of damage to the screen. Amazing. And that screen only cost about, I think it was about £160. Wow, that was a good value. Unlike all these stupid home theatres that buy a projection screen that size and they're paying like $1,000. You see, the bottom end of the line of this, the irony of all this is, at the end of the day, your home theatre doesn't make a single profit. You got to maintain it yourself. I have to maintain my own home cinema myself. Sometimes I don't give a fucking shit about it. I would rather get my dick out and piss over it. I don't give a fuck about it much now. Because, thank you Dolby Labs, you really have destroyed my entertainment with your bullshit. You know, like I say, you only hear sound at this level. This is the room, this frame here. You only hear it at this level, and then it goes up here, and then it comes back down there. And that's all it does. It doesn't go down here. There's nothing down there. There's no speaker output. They can't mix sound to move around, you see. It always does that and that. What a load of bullshit. And they call it 3D sound. It is so offending. And I can't believe that there's a lot of people out there that probably think themselves not being an idiot, and yet Dolby Labs have made you lot idiots. It's not nice to be called an idiot when you know, you got common sense. But if you look at that bloody Shane Lee bloody video, or that hat bloody cowboy with Anthony Grimani, I think it was only posted 2 days ago or 1 day ago, and I don't know what's going on in there, but I think they're making a little nod to me, because I've been an advocate. I've been ranting there should be blow surround since day bloody one, since that Atmos came out, and since I looked at the bloody the white paper of its layout, and I thought, is that it? Is that all it can do? You got to be kidding me. That's not 3D sound. And yet they've been going on about 3D sound, even going back through to the 1990s with these processors that you get. It gives a spatial sound, Q sound. What was that made by Roland? You can go and find some of those processors today, but oh, flipping that. I think it was something like that, and I think there was another one that I think there were two types, because it was like a competition, and so one manufacturer wants to get on the bandwagon and try this 3D spatial sound. You know, some say it's a gimmick and it's an illusion, and I was looking for something like a Roland to see if I can do some little trickery with the speakers behind the screen, but I might as well forget that, because I would have to completely rearrange the speakers down to a smaller size. That ain't gonna happen, because once you go to cinema PA speakers, there is no going back. It's like, wow, oh, you know, but they don't play at the whole full level as what they would be in an auditorium. You got to condense the sound level to fit the size of the room. Otherwise, of an auditorium today, I think they're stretching their bounds and a little bit in the high range, where it's just, you got to use earplugs. You turn off those HF horns, you don't have that problem. You turn those HF horns on and it's like, bloody hell, it's ear splitting, honest ear splitting. And yet real life reality sometimes, hardly like that, unless of course a fire engine or a ambulance or something with a siren were coming down the bloody road, and yeah, you put your fingers in your ears, because they're outputting over 100 dB. A normal average street level traffic sound is around about 90 dB. It can vary depending on if there are roadworks going on, drilling and so forth, and then you get higher peaks, short ones when you're walking by and you put your fingers in your ears, because you've got no idea whether it's going to be your worst day and you bam, it's going to give you tinnitus. Oh dear. Anyway, so there's not much you can get out of the LFE, otherwise it's like trying to get blood out of a stone. I mean, like early 2000s, they were talking about adding a overhead speaker sound encoded onto the LFE, but it never happened. It was just talk. But then you think about it, they got to revamp all the AVRs, all the cinema processors, because they do have a limit, I think, on the CP 500. The filtering on the SW or the LFE thing, it can go up to about 250 Hz, whereas on the Storm it only goes up to about 200. That doesn't mean if you play a sine wave about 250 Hz and you can still just hear it. It's just like you've got a filter there that's still raw, and it's just down here and you can just still barely hear it. If that filter were turned off, boom, that signal goes up a bit higher. That's all. There's no mystery. There's no conspiracy. Something like Shane Lee, there's bloody with his Trinov, he probably hasn't even bothered yet exploring. Probably needs to get someone to come round to do it for him, because don't believe everything you hear on his channel. Like he built that home cinema. Yeah, right, sure. He got Dream Media to build it for him. Probably has to ask someone now and then to come round and help him put a speaker up on the wall. Otherwise, have we seen a video of him doing it? I had to get some guys last year, I think it was, to do my screen speakers because I got heart fibrillation issues. I can't do the things that I once took for granted. Otherwise, I put the damn things up myself years ago, and it was bloody heavy. It was bloody hard work. And I was thinking, why am I bothering doing this? But oh wow, once it plays and you go from one JBL speaker, smaller brand, to a cinema PA, that the same speakers behind that screen are in a cinema local in this town, the 4673A. But I don't really like going to that cinema particularly because it's got a terrible echo in it. And I don't like the way the speakers are on the stage, and it would just, you know, I think, crikey, I'm going to be missing so much percentage of the stereo width. I'll hear something that's like stereo, sort of, but I don't think it would be engaging enough to really participate with the soundtrack. So, no, pass. And like another thing, like Youth Man doing a video, and oh my goodness, like trying to say his home cinema, yeah, maybe is better than a regular cinema. His speakers, those JERs, are a little bit fraction smaller than cinema PA speakers that would be used in a cinema. They're different volume size, those speakers in cinemas. And those JERs are just a little bit fraction smaller in volume size. It may seem that way, you know, but, you know, my room might sound better than going downtown, or maybe the playback presentation just sounds better. Like, where the heck was all the surround channel that I was supposed to hear with, was it last year, Star Wars? I went down just to see it, not just for the sake of seeing Star Wars again, episode 4. I knew that I want to hear the screen speakers a little bit wider, because the width of the screen is about, I think, or the auditorium, the width of the auditorium, screen number 9, I think it's something maybe about 40, maybe 45 feet wide. My room, or where I'm fitted here, in between, pan the camera around a little bit there, over to there, and then up to where more or less the equipment rack is. I mean, even though the room is about 10 foot, I think it's about just under 11 foot. It's just under 11 foot in the width. But because there's a chimney breast, it makes it a pain in the arse. And so therefore, the space really between here is only 9 foot 2 inches. It works. It's not perfect, but it works. And then you go to somewhere, and yeah, I hear the same sound that I hear on the mix, like the opening of Star Wars. And if you listen very carefully with the center channel, you can hear the timpani drum going boom, 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 boom. If you got your screen speakers, proper speakers, and balanced the level, you'd hear a nice timpani sound. But if you down mix it to 424, right, so you go from 5.1 and you just play it in Pro Logic, you don't hear that timpani sound very clearly, because it's the left and right is just going over it a little bit, and it's just the nature of the Matrix. I'm afraid, Neo, it's just that way. No, it can't be true. Get me out of here. That's just the way the Matrix works. I could tell you more about it, but you have to go down the rabbit hole and have a good old listen. A and B comparison. But I'm afraid you can't really do that now, because everyone mostly got a DSU. And with Dolby DSU, it just makes the it's just thumbs down. It's terrible. Adds an artificial stereo surround to the mono surround. You need to have a I'd recommend everybody goes on eBay looking for a Dolby DSU, and they're only about maybe less than $150, or UK. The number is a little bit lower. Sometimes it's about 100. Sometimes you see a few of them sold in the UK, because there's quite a lot of them around, and there they are, DSU 4. But I use those differently in my system. They're not used for, these two up here are used for creating a 5-screen matrix or a backup. The Storm Audio can do a 5-screen, and then the other one here is just so I can do a below matrix, to do a matrix below surround. So when you watch that infamous bloody bullshit movie, what's it called, Unbroken, with all the bloody airplanes flying around, and airplanes come in like that at the camera, and it's firing, and it goes that way. But when you hear it on the regular system, on the Atmos, or even a 5.1 or 7.1, it just goes along that level, along the side surround, and it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm thinking, what the fuck's it doing up there when it's just gone down that way? But I can make it literally in this room go whoosh right underneath the seating, and it seems like, whoa, I've got that to participate, and that, rather than everyone else in their home theatre is just going like that, and that, and that, and they're not doing that. But if it was done discreetly, it would be a lot better. Because it's still Matrix, it would only steer a certain signals. It would only steer, but there's not many home theatres around that are like mine. I've just given you the idea. All you do is you put the decoder on the left and right signal output, And if it's a Storm or a Trinov crappy overrated processor, then you put individual DSUs on the outputs of each, because sometimes it does that pan through. There might be some extra sound signal Easter eggs going on in the mix, and yeah, it will sound like then sound is going down here and up there and up there. I don't know what I was seeing on that bloody thing with their thumbnail with, what was it, Shane Lee? Or was that Hat Cowboy? They got a thumbnail like Dolby Atmos 2? Is that some misleading sort of thing? Or is there something really in development? And what Anthony Granani was saying, oh, Dolby Labs. Dolby Labs, they're working on it all the time. Oh, yeah, right, sure they are. So they could have come out with all this proper, you know, 14 years ago, instead of wasting my listening time. And I don't really give a damn what everyone else is thinking. It's wasted my listening time. Because you can't really and you can't just have speakers on the floor. It's got to go a little bit further than that. What you can do with actual seating itself, you can turn the actual seat into a speaker. It's not impossible. Use what's called a speaker that's called an exciter. I think the Dayton need to make an improvement on their exciters. Basically, you get a bit of tactile from it, and that's only a little thing that size. And you just stick it on the seat, and it just gives a sound, an extra sound in this area, because the other speakers, they're all up there. You know, and I'm thinking, what about in between? You know, and like I say, if you've got proper speakers and the layout that are all parallel, so you've got the in-floor speakers, it's not impossible. So anyone's got a wooden floor, or if they got a ceiling height that's higher than mine, because I can't really do it very good in this room, not with in-floor. I got to put speakers on the floor, so otherwise if I start trying to do it, I'm going to lose height, and it's going to get pretty claustrophobic in this room, because it's only 7 foot 8 inches from the floor to the ceiling, and I would end up losing at the very least maybe 3 to 4 inches. Not that it bothers, because when you're seated you don't really notice it, but when you're standing up and you think, it's getting a little bit, you know, like the bloody TARDIS. You think there's something wrong. It's like an episode of the Doctor Who, and the TARDIS starts shrinking and getting, like, you know, and he's got to put it back to the way it was, because it's on the outside, it's tiny. On the inside, it's big. You got to think of those laws of physics and those fantasies, and I'm not a fan of Doctor Who, actually. I never liked the TV show. Oh dear. Oh boy, oh boy. Is that film still playing? Oh no, I stopped the player, didn't I? I stopped it and its player's turned off. Yeah, I've got to take a piss in a moment. But stay tuned. Stay tuned if, you know, you're out there and you can, if I don't know who's watching, whether you can speak or understand English, or whether you can interpret what I'm trying to say. I still got a lot more thinking, and what that Anthony Granani guy was saying in that video, in that short little video, because it was a long video, and then I think they just taken a few little highlights out of it and made it into a short video, just to generate money. Like I say, if you got speakers in floor, in ceiling, and it's got to be a cluster. Can't be this stupid, you know, like what I got in my room. I got 9 speakers on the ceiling. I could go to 30 speakers if I want to, but I'd rather focus a little bit more on the floor and so forth, and upgrade the amplifiers to take the below matrix surround into a stereo. But like I say, if you've got everything laid out properly in the room and on a dubbing stage, important dubbing stage, that's where it's got to start at, then it's possible then to put a sound, even though it's not going to be beaming down like a torch, you know, some light or a laser beam, yeah, it will spread out. But if you were to, you know, you got a speaker up there and a speaker down here on the floor, and you put a sound in mixing and layers of tracks, that is, layers of tracks, because that's how things are made. It's possible, like say, to do a phantom image. So it seems like it's floating or moving up and down and around. Because otherwise, you put a phantom signal going from the left surround, the right surround, and it just goes across the room. But it never always sounds perfect. Never does. Because of the standing wave issue. If you go into a dubbing stage and you ask someone to say play a pink noise signal on that speaker there and that speaker there, and then listen and move around the dubbing stage, move up close to the wall, move away, move around the room, you'll notice it's got problems. But if you were to say take those speakers outdoors, one, you eliminate the walls, the ceiling, so you just got speakers just mounted up on poles, and they'll just, you know, you'll notice that they would have, you know, technical flaws and such, because the sound is only going out in one direction. Of course, you can move out right behind those speakers, so the speakers will be there, and you can move right behind over this way, and then you'll hear the sound directional coming from this side going over to your ears, but you wouldn't hear the other speaker much because you're standing behind it. You hear low frequencies if you play sine wave tones and so forth, but when you play higher frequencies, then it, you know. But if you lot out there think you want to really care and you think Atmos is making your life fruitful and filling the hole in your life, then really you need to get out more, or get yourself a pet, for crying out loud, because really it's got limitations still at the end of the day, you know. I think of the universe and expanding and things like Voyagers and travelling through the universe and that sort of dimensions. Oh, is Dolby Labs thinking that? That's what Gramani said. Oh, they're thinking all the time. I just had a proportion of a cheese sandwich with coleslaw today, so it might manifest a dream. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. Maybe not. It just depends. And it depends on what you're thinking, what the mind is, what you're dwelling on, and then suddenly it manifests. And then you get something like, oh wow, that's a brilliant idea. It's getting pretty warm in here, 23 Celsius, and I'm going to put my air conditioning on. Get temperature a little bit cool, because it's a little bit much for me. It's the side effects of the medication. In there, Bear. Take a piss. Oh gosh. Oh boy, I've got some side effects from I think it's the medication. But I know my heart rate, my heart is still going in. It's still locked in afibrillation. Oh, and the blood circulation. Blood circulation. I can feel the effect on the pressure on my ears for a short time, and then it settles. Oh, I think my cat there wants to go out of the room. No, he wants to stay in the room. He's winding me up. You alright? You're just winding me up, huh? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Just leave this air conditioner on just for a short while, just to bring the temperature down a little bit. Hang on. I'll just turn it off. What's up there? Oh, he wants to play with the air conditioner. He wants to play with it. Oh. So I put it on again. See? He's scientific cat. He's interested. No, come on, off the seat. It's not to be climbed on. Come on, you want to go out the room? Go on, there you go. I know most people don't want to leave comments in there because you're probably scared. I'd probably make you fearful, and you're just probably too scared to leave a comment. Yeah, I know. I will bite. Yeah. But it's probably some insiders. You're probably insiders or whoever, you know, and you're just trying to see what I can say, because basically a lot of people out there are completely out of ideas, and so they go hunting and looking around because they might find something. Maybe I should be working for a, you know, because obviously a lot of these other people, they're not coming out with bloody great ideas today. But do I care? No. Because I know it would work, and I know it would have its issues, but it would work. It would be better than bloody the present Atmos as it is. Bloody hell, it's just a joke. Fucking hell, I mean, was I going to get the Storm Audio's ADEC little circuit board? I think it's about that size, with bloody heatsink bloody thing over the bloody microprocessing chip or whatever it is. A few components that look as common as mud that you can get on eBay, and its price tag is about, I think for Europe, I think it's about 1,500, and it just offers 3 extra channels. Are you kidding me? You're taking the piss, Storm Audio. That board looks like it's only worth a few £100. Are you taking the piss? For 3 extra channels, are you taking the piss? I could look around still to this day and get a modification for my CB radio and have so it has a legal FM. Well, it's not legal F anymore because the CB.2781, I think that went out the bloody window a few decades ago, because you go on it now, there's hardly anyone there. No thanks to the British government. That absolutely, well, it's a bit of a puzzle, because the AM mostly, when it was used in the day, it interfered with the televisions. And even if you go on FM and you're using a certain output power, it just messed up and cross-talked with a lot of televisions. That basically, they just didn't have good filters. Today, the TVs are so damn advanced and they got better filtering. I can go on my CB radio, I don't even break over the TV. You might get the TV interfering with the CB radio because it's also outputting some sort of strange signal that might get picked up, and you hear a sort of noise. But no, it's all complete opposite today. And then everyone's sort of got, I suppose, lost interest in it. Got ham radios and such, but yeah. But like, you know, even still, my CB radio's got more channels than Dolby Atmos. It's got over 360 channels. Well, you got 128 objects or something. How boring on Atmos. Objects. Oh, there's an object. Oh yeah, it's up there and it moves around, doesn't it? Oh, how boring. What, it doesn't go down here, does it? How boring. See, everyone's got, you got the philosophy of Atmos. I mean, Dolby Labs are like the Matrix, and they got you. They got you brainwashed like sheep. So you just keep paying out the money for those stupid Blu-ray 4K discs for stupid Atmos, and it's like, oh, it's a Disney, or it doesn't matter what bloody. I can't believe they got another stupid movie coming out by that fucking what's it called, Nobody. That is a worthless bloody movie on Atmos. Bloody hell, that went straight in the cat litter. Hardly any use on the overhead. What a rubbish movie. If anyone wants it, you can have it. But you don't want it. It's a load of rubbish. You go watch it on bloody Netflix for bloody free sometimes. Bloody rubbish movie. And yet, real life sound exceeds Atmos. Atmos is just a name, a brand, like quadraphonic bloody LP records in the day. It's all dressed up, but it's got no sound where to go. I think that's good. That's a good one. It's all dressed up, but it's got no sound where to go. It just does the same shit all the time. It's boring. Yeah, all dressed up and you got nowhere to go. Oh, so true. That is so true. You know, it's like you really shouldn't put too much makeup on that Trinov processor. It makes you look cheap. Because a Trinov, what's it got? It's got the same codec bullshit as a Storm Audio, and it's just got different effects and, like, you could say, like, modules that you would in the pro world. They'll be outboard and it'll be plugged into a rack, but it just takes up a lot of space. Yeah, a lot of weight, heat, energy, etc, etc. But you condense it down and put it into a microprocessing chip and And it's like all that weight and size, and yes, if you add it all up, because this is what most people were grumbling about, it's like, why is a Trinnov so expensive? Why is a Storm just a little bit less? A Trinnov's just got a little bit more gizmos on it. So if you had all these gizmos separate and you add the prices up, it would probably exceed the price of a Trinnov. It'll probably go well into 60 grand, 80 grand. Mark my words. If you haven't been around pro audio equipment then, and seen what the prices on some of the equipment is, you add it all up, but it just takes up a heck of a lot of space in your rack. Trinnov Storm audio can only do so much. You can't do variable phase on it like you can on a Behringer DCX, and you can do a variable phase. And there's a few other things that it can't do. But like I say, if you plug in with the XLRs, and you just plug in some extra equipment, and then it can do a little bit more. But you can get some of this equipment, you know, cheap. You look for it second hand and you get it cheap and you think, oh, that didn't cost too much. A lot of people are not going to tell you that. Shane Lee, Gene Audioholics, they're not going to tell you that information. I've just basically just said it, and now you're probably shocked and thinking, But you look at your regular AVR, load of fucking rubbish. You got to add on extra equipment for it to do just a little bit more. Depends what you want it to do, or what the system you want it to do. And you got to add on a little bit second hand, and it will just do a little bit extra. But it's like, more things change, the more they sound, and sound remain the same. But it would do a little bit extra. Otherwise you'd be banging your head against the wall. You can't make it, you know, you got to add on something. But there's a second-hand Trinnov going on eBay. I've been looking at it, but I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Because I would have to sell that Storm processor, because it wouldn't be any use to me. But all I'll be buying a Trinnov is for, what's all this remapping? So if you got a typical room, someone's got a typical room with speakers sat on the floor and they don't know where to put the center speaker, and they got a video projector, really. And they're just too damn lazy to put those speakers and get a third one that's matching with the other speaker and put them behind the screen. They're just too damn lazy, and they'll just buy themselves an expensive Trinnov just so they can move, or give the illusion the speaker is moving from there to up there or whatever. I wonder how that works. I've got an idea. If you would use a certain device connected, and then you put a pink noise signal into it, and if I were to use a certain time delay, or maybe use the variable phase, I could probably give the impression of shifting the frequency of the sound. But it might go that way, it might go that way, or that, it just depends. It would just shift it slightly, but it'll only be an illusion. Otherwise you walk up close to that speaker and it's still sounding where it is. It's not actually going to make it move. You got to actually move that speaker and put it and anchor it into position. But what I was thinking, yeah, is buying a little bit of affordable outboard equipment and just adding it, and then just putting a signal, because if you play pink noise on the left and right side speakers, or maybe the left and the center, and then just shift the time delay, moving it, it gives the impression the speaker is moving, but it's not. It's just shifting the time delay and just making it sound like the speaker is the two speakers that are playing pink noise here, and we get, you know, you get that comb effect, and it just gives the illusion it's shifting, but it's not. The speakers are still in that position, but it's just stretching and delaying the sound of the one speaker. And if you add too much delay, it would, mind you, it's got to be at least 50 or 80 millisecond, and then it's going to sound like an echo. And every time you pause it, you would hear the first speaker muting instant, and then you hear the next one by a couple of milliseconds. That's also if you want to create a, like say for example, if I want to create out of mono matrix surround or mono discrete surround, because the sound is in mono on discrete, on some film mixers, they're older ones, that is, like the 70mm, format 42, and then format 43 is stereo surround, and format 40 is the same as format 42, only it doesn't have a sub bass channel. It has a 5-screen speaker. And in any case, so if you, the sound in mono, it sounds just like that. But when you kind of put a time delay on one side, it's got a kind of this sort of motion rather than that. It's got a different, it sounds like stereo, but it isn't, because it doesn't do any, it doesn't have any panning sound effect. It just gives an illusion that it sounds like stereo. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. It works okay well on the surrounds, but it can sometimes be a little distracting. It's like the THX thing with the decorrelation, because some people were thinking earlier days, I still got a Maplin Electronics magazine around, and there was a few guesses or theories on how it works, but they wouldn't actually say how it works. You know, unless you get one of those things today and then do a dissection on it, open it up and see what makes it tick. Come on, Bear, come on. Where you going, Bear? Oh, he wants to lay there. Okay, good boy. So when you play the say like THX decorrelation, you turn it on and off with pink noise. It sounds like a handsaw effect. So basically, it makes the sound of the mono matrix signal on Dolby Stereo 424, and it just gives it a kind of, you know, but it's the problem there with it, every time you say, like, when I first heard it, we've played a Star Wars movie on it, you know, the sound effect of, say, like a TIE fighter or whatever it is panning into the, it always never duplicated the same sound twice. It was always random. It's like I kind of thought, oh, the TIE fighter's that way. Next, I play it again, the TIE fighter seems like it's over going that way, sort of thing. It always kind of, because the signal's kind of going like that, and it just created, and frankly, I was thinking, I don't really like this THX door. It sucks. I mean, maybe if I could use it with the system here now, but it's pretty tricky to get that circuit to work. But it just sucked, and I just found it thinking, that's not how it sounds in the cinema. because they're trying to create with home THX by using 2 speakers, dipolar, yeah, so you got sound fire going that way, trying to, because think about it, where we are now, how many people have got speakers going all around the room? You go back 25 years to or so, or maybe 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, maybe about 30 years. 30 years, bloody hell. You go back then, most people would say, no way am I putting all that many speakers around the room. My wife, all this bullshit, the wife factor, I can't stand when I watch videos on YouTube and they bring up this stupid wife factor bullshit, wife whatever sort of shit. I'm sick and tired of that sort of crap. My cringe meter just goes into the red. Put a sock in it. No one would have thought of putting that many speakers around it, except me, of course. I would just put a bloody line of speakers all around the room because that's how it sounds. It has a certain signature sound. But with the home, it just didn't work, because when I first heard it in a showroom and I walked around, got out of the seat, the illusion of that effect, it just, boom, collapsed, diminished. It didn't work. It was just a cheap way to try and, but the way they were selling home THX and the bloody speaker cost, oh my goodness. Seriously, talk about bloody milking the cow. Honestly. Because the amount of surround speakers I'm using in this room, the price I got them for, is cheaper than buying that would be cheaper than buying that Harman Kardon AVP1A and the bloody JBL home theater speakers, which they were slightly cheaper than the BMW or the Snell speakers, and then you got other bandwagon, other manufacturers jumping on the bandwagon because they want a piece of the action. Oh, God blimey, but the prices they were charging, ridiculous. Today, you can go on eBay and get the real deal. For second hand, far cheaper. And you have a piece of the action of cinema like sound in the home. It doesn't matter whether you go to a small cinema auditorium, boothless they're called. And you got same JBL Cinema PA speakers. You won't find JTR behind those bloody screens, or JTR in the auditorium. If JTR was that bloody good, they'd be bloody well using them on dubbing stages, but they're not. George Lucas would have it. Just like all these other home theatre speakers, they're not worth buying. I wouldn't touch a Calypse, home theatre, B&W, Kef. I wouldn't touch any of that with a barge pole. My room is tiny, and how many speakers did I manage to fit in this room? I haven't got 20 sub-bass speakers. I don't need 20. Because I can't put any down the sides of this room. Because I would think if I put a certain number of speakers down the side and then use a specific crossover so I filter off a certain frequency range so it doesn't play all the way down. Otherwise, you got to go through everything and see how it all works together, and then when it all plays, it's all entwined together. So I could put microphones all around the room if I want to, 24 microphones on the audio mixer if I want to, and then monitor the sound, the frequency, and see what it looks like. Otherwise, when you got a single microphone, you're moving it around like this all the bloody time. You can't be, it can never be all around the room at the same time. You've got to put multiple microphones around the room and just measure it, just like, you know, to see what it's doing and what it can't do. And then when you realise, okay, it's doing that acoustically, and I'm only still feeling a little bit mechanically. If I want to get a little bit more mechanical, and because of the way a bass shaker works and how it's fitted, it's always going to be different. So it's going to make it's going to produce extra frequency or such, because it's the way it's coupled and resonating. Just the same if you have a speaker misplaced or in some way, and then it creates this, well, pretty audible resonant that you can notice, and you think, oh, that sounds a little annoying, you know. But sometimes, you know, because if you could put, well, let's say, if you could put bass shaker, LFE, OBE, sub bass, whatever, in the floor, so you would feel the sound going through the seats, and when you're cross-legged, like I'm doing here, you got 1 foot on the floor, or you got 2 feet on the floor, or you raise 2 feet above. What happens is you decouple some part of the sound vibration mechanical frequency when you decouple your feet, even though you're sat in the seat and you're coupled. But when you stand out of it, it's totally different. A lot of you out there have got to monitor and check out the real world and how that works. You got to travel on a boat, a car, a bus, a train, maybe an aeroplane, and memorize how that sounds, and then you compare it to these bloody movies and you think, there is a lot missing. Doesn't sound like I'm on a bloody aeroplane. For one, when an aeroplane's ascending, they'll be equalising the pressure, and then we'll be doing that because the pressure is pushing our eardrum in, and you've got to do it so your eardrum goes back like that rather than like that. You got all these underwater stupid movies, The Abyss and all that, all these other crappy movies. Doesn't sound like I'm underwater, because it would have about, I think, an audiologist, I went for a hearing test or check thing many years ago, and he said, put a little bit, I'm going to put a little bit of water in your ear. Of course, I've done that before with eardrops. And then he's going to put a thing down my ear canal, and then just doing like an echo test to see if the eardrum's damaged, which is A-OK. And he said it would give the illusion or an appearance of going underwater with a 20 hertz sine wave or pressure feel. That's what it feels like. It's about 20 hertz. But you got all these crappy movies, and I don't see any signal in the bloody mix that's like giving a pressure to give, like, bloody hell, it feels like you're bloody underwater. But it's got to be literally uniform, right down to the floor, up here, up to the bloody ceiling, because if you go underwater, it's going to be uniform. But I don't think, I've tried it, and it just doesn't get anywhere. There's no point cranking it up, turning it up. If it can't do it at a very low level, then it's just not there. You always get this kind of like water underwater sound effect, but it just doesn't sound like I'm underwater. And sometimes they put stupid sound effects in there sometimes that sound a little bit like high frequency. It wouldn't, because if you put actual water in your ears, everything gets muffled. You wouldn't hear any high frequency, it just gets muffled. Oh dear, fucking hell. time is it? Ooh! I'm just going to take my medication. You know, it doesn't get dark till at least almost 10 o'clock. I'll be back. Because I got more in my mind about sound and how we perceive and all that, and I've just said most of it. Now you lot have got to go out there and check it out for yourselves. In fact, while you're doing it, make sure you do a video, because if you haven't done a video, no one's going to believe you. Pictures, no, they're not counted. You're disqualified if you take pictures. It's got to be a video with you in the video. Don't be shy. We know who you are. It's still about 23. Oh, it's gone down a few points, so it'll probably get down to about 22.9 in a moment, but I'm turning the air conditioning off. Gets a little bit uncomfortable in this room. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. Nothing's perfect, you know. You can go out on a baking bloody hot day and you think you got health issues, and then you think, fucking hell, what the fuck am I doing out here? It's hotter than an oven. Well, come in, Bear. Come in. Come on in. Come on. Alright. Now what you can do with the LFE, it's a pretty boring signal. Mind you, you can, like I say, if you want to make a sub bass sound stereo without necessarily putting it through with this, you know, like you say, you could have an LFE, which is mono. You just put a long time delay on one speaker, and then it just gives the illusion it sounds like stereo. But then again, when you pause the signal, the player, you hear one speaker delaying instant, and then you hear the next one slightly by a few milliseconds. But you've got to add a certain amount of time delay to make it sound like stereo. You can't add 10 milliseconds or anything. You've got to go, it's got to be the number's got to be a lot higher for it to give that illusion. But it's only an illusion. But then what else does it do? It can mess the signal up a little bit, depends. If it's, you know, in front. I did it about a week or so ago. I like to do it so it's going forward and backwards sort of thing. But it's a bit tricky. If you play sub bass signal or LFE on headphones, closed headphone, you'll be in for an eye opener. You think, oh wow, it sounds a lot better on those than it does coming from the bloody speaker boxes, because they're boxes, and even though the cans are, you know, but it's like, why can't I get it to sound like that? Maybe you need to put a little bit more dampening material inside the enclosure, because it's always going to make a certain resonant noise or something, and on the headphones it doesn't. Unless you play it ridiculously loud, but you don't need to. It only needs to be a certain level, comfortable, 80 dB or a little bit less, and you can move like that, and the signal stays stationary. It doesn't wander up and down like you do when you play it in a room and you move around and it's going all over the bloody place with a sine wave signal. Or if you put like a speaker literally behind you or underneath the seat, behind or underneath the seat, it's in a close proximity, play a sine wave tone going through the sine wave tone. It doesn't have much tendency to going over that way, up, down. It more or less stays stationary to a small degree, that is. So, you know, near field subs or whatever you want to call it. I just call it a speaker that's just placed in close proximity. Otherwise, you can go up closer to where the speaker is in the room and play the sine wave tones. It's going to pretty much stay stable. But when you move out into those other areas, and it starts giving the illusion that it's going over that bloody way with that sine wave, and when you move it steadily, it sounds like it's shifting, and then it moves back out this way. God. Doesn't matter what room. We've all got different size rooms, and it's always going to do a similar thing, and it's an annoying issue. And it's going to do the same with the screen speakers, the surrounds, and you think, why doesn't anyone moan or grumble about, oh, my screen speakers, oh, it's doing this, that, or I don't get much bass on the center channel, or you don't get much bass from the subs from where they're placed in front of the room. I would say if you were to check out in a larger room how the subs interact in a larger room, and moving and walking around, you'll probably find that a bigger, larger room, it works better than a smaller room. Because there's more energy up the bloody front, and some frequencies when they get back here in the middle or somewhere, they've just completely dropped down. They've lost most of their energy. Or, you know, even though it's still, the amplifier is spot on, the speaker right up front is spot on, electrically the signal going right into it, raw, but when it gets out and it's like, then you got to say, you add another sub somewhere at the back of the room, and then that dip goes up like there. But the speaker somewhere in the back of the room is not very good at the very low frequencies. And sometimes, well, if you put a speaker that's very close, which I've done with a very small one behind me, just to see the effect, because checking between a bass shaker or a speaker that's placed in free air underneath the seat, so I can feel a little bit of vibration in the floor. That sort of works, but it's got limitations, because, you know, when a speaker's in free air, even though it's got a lot of handling power, and, you know, it's probably got a fair good excursion, you know, so it's probably not going to damage it under, you know, in a close, you know, right underneath the seat. But, you know, comparing versus a bass shaker, depending on what type of seating it's coupled to. Wooden frame is going to be different to metal, because mostly these cinema seats are partly metal, partly plastic, partly upholstery. They're all different, and the frequencies tend to move three-dimensionally. They move along the armrest. Sometimes they in the seat bucket itself. That depends on the low frequencies. And the other part frequencies sometimes seem like they're going through the back of the seat. Only seems that way. Even though I've got a bass shaker on the back of the seat, but it depends whether I turn that one on or activate it, and then it will give a different feel, like gives a little bit more feel like when leaning the head back, but it's got to be leaned back, or the seating's got to be a certain type. This is very soft, a little bit, the material and such, but on a bus, and this thing where you get like this sort of effect, where it's vibrating, and of course there's that guy on YouTube that likes to create a fake video with his 33-inch sub-bass speakers that he's got in his room, and he wants to use a gimmick effect where it's a software and it just creates in post, in editing, and then he creates a bullshit vibrating effect. Really, is that what people on YouTube are now resorted to creating fake videos of vibration? Oh dear. Because you watch all those car videos and all that, do you ever see once the camera doing all that shit? It takes a certain frequency range, and you got to be in it only works by the way it travels through our skeleton or our spine up to our head, and it creates a cavity vibration effect, and it makes our eyes blur. So if you're in I suppose an aeroplane, a jet fighter or something, and the way it's seated and designed, and so it might cause, I don't know, maybe NASA done all these tests. There's a little glossary information on the Audioholic site, but if you go look for the white paper that NASA produced, it's pretty big, and they explain in there the vibration effect is between 20 and 90 hertz. I played some sine wave tones and I leaned back and then on there, and I noticed then my eyes started to blur. But when I moved my head that way, it's decoupled. When it's back that way, it's coupled, and when it's that way, it's decoupled. And then the vibration, you don't notice it. I noticed it on a bus many years ago. I've noticed it in my other home cinema room many years ago. But the floor was wooden. Where the speakers were located, the sub or etc., I think the sub, and which way do the floor joists, the main floor joists go? Do they go that way or do they go that way? I think they went that way because the floorboards went that way, and so the vibration went through and I was sat on the floor, and therefore with how our buttock is to our spine, and then I noticed a slight period of blurred vibration for about a couple of seconds. I think the movie was Brainstorm, and it was playing one of these brainstorm psychotic episode effects in the movie, and it had a lot of bass in it. Oh. Come there. Where you going? What? Whoa. Come on. There you go. He's a bit of a rascal, that cat. Yeah. But I noticed a good vibration of it on a bus, though I didn't like it. Bloody bus engine, every time the bus stops, the engine pitch changes. You get about a 35 hertz sine wave. That's almost about 100 dB. That's just too fucking much. And I had to get off the bus. It was blurring my bloody vibrator, it was blurring my vision, and it was just like, fucking hell. This bus is completely fucking knackered. I'll just get off and wait for the next one to come along. Ugh. Yeah. But the seats on a bus are different to this. Different design. Well, like I say, the seats are all coupled partly to the side of the bus and to the floor. And that's in the bus and the engines at the rear. It's like a big sub-bass speaker. In fact, it's better than some guy's 20 sub-bass speakers in his basement. I wonder if he can get a blur vision effect in his room. You know? Because I think to do it acoustically, I mean, you got to have a lot of mechanical vibration in the floor. Because I don't think you can do it just acoustic. It's like that Mythbuster TV, that lousy, stupid Mythbuster TV show that tried to do that brown note sort of bullshit years ago. But all they generated was views, but they didn't generate any bloody science, and it was not really a thorough. Because I think they mostly wasted the time doing it acoustically. Because I think it needs to be a combination of mechanical and acoustical to make you lose complete control. Otherwise, I think sound waves will be passing through you, even though makes my skin crawl. But I think it was just a total waste of that bloody episode. That was probably 20. I think that's probably getting to 20 years. I think maybe 15 years or so ago. Oh. And that guy, what was his name? Dressed up in bloody diapers. He's not taking it serious. It was just stupid. It was just bloody immature science. Total fuck. I can't stand that Mythbuster TV show because it's just for bloody TV ratings. Otherwise, anyone can go out and do their own Mythbust on bloody YouTube. So yeah, if you want to try that thing and But got to bear in mind, the moment you start noticing something that's not right, back off. Don't pursue it. It's not worth it. I mean, do we feel that sort of energy on a bus, or, you know, actually, I've gone out on a bus with Spectrum Lab on a laptop, and I was quite surprised to see quite a bit of infrasonic going on. But do you hear it in these movies? No, not really. Usually they filtering it off at bloody up to about maybe 20 or 30 hertz. Pretty boring, actually. And of course, you know, how wheels move on surface. They create a certain rhythm, vibration, as well as acoustical sound in the vehicle, because how a vehicle is designed. How a room is designed is total opposite to a vehicle. Not even close or near the same. You got to design a room, you got to design with a lot of thought in mind. And then you turn the new sound system on, and it's like, wow, I didn't know I was missing this amount of the soundtrack. That's what you should be saying. I didn't know I'm missing this amount. Because how it sounds in my room, I'm still missing quite a bit. And so are you, and all the other home theatres out there. Especially that bloody youth man, bloody touring that bloody what's-it guy's home. Oh my goodness. The millionaire in Texas. The room within a room within a room. Really. He needs 3 walls going around his room. What's he trying to do? So isolate the outdoor world completely? He's out in the middle of the sticks, for crying out loud. I doubt he's living near a motorway, so you only need one set of walls going around. You're not going to hear much on the outside, you know. You know, and you got to remember, any sound that's on the outside that's been produced is going to be, it would just completely level your home theatre. You can brag how much money you spent on these speakers. It would completely, like a lawnmower sound, it would completely level your home cinema room. Because the way the sound is radiating out. And you're playing this, it's like if you put a vacuum cleaner in the room, you turn it on, it's constant. Depending on what SBL, what frequency range that vacuum cleaner produces. But when you hear them in these movies, you think, does that sound like a vacuum? Bloody hell, that's a very quiet vacuum cleaner. Doesn't sound like a good recording of a vacuum cleaner, you know. Oh dear. I mean, it's a clear recording, but it doesn't, you know, you got the loudness all set and such, you know. But then you notice dialogue level sounds a little bit too loudish and exaggerated, and you think, bloody hell, a lot of these home theatres, they say, I can't hear the dialogue. What are you talking about, you can't hear the dialogue? Honest. I'll tell you why you can't hear it. You're not hearing it in the same way as you would on cinema speakers with the same bandwidth. And you've got those stupid little home theatre speakers. That's why you can't, because it's not reproducing the same proper bandwidth. And you've got a very narrow bandwidth, and you say, you know, and you got these stupid tower speakers, and they don't even look identical. You got the specifications. Don't moan. eBay, JBL professional cinema speakers, and if you can't be bothered or asked to get them, then keep wallowing, keep moaning with your lousy home theatre and with your stupid mismatching speakers. I've been there myself. It sucks. Oh, fucking hell. tell you, you people sometimes really make me fucking dizzy. You really do. Oh dear. Yeah, this room is bloody untidy. Unbelievable. Untidy. Oh, my little kitten. Just briefly, because she'll be too anxious and want to explore. This is a game change. This is what you call a game change. This is way better than a Storm processor and a Trinov put together. This is game changing. This is therapy. This is therapy relief. What a difference it made. My cat Bear had been going through 8 months of depression. Day one, my cat Bear suddenly changed. He started getting down onto the floor again. Because, anyway, I think I'll put her out of the room now. Come on, sweetie. It's a lot of places you can hide in this room, girl. But you'd come running out, I know. And never know a kitten's limitations, because I'm not even entirely sure. She could probably still get into some areas behind that projection screen. Bear can't now. He's too large to get into those areas, but I don't want to get in behind there, and so, you know, even though he shakes some food, and so she'll come scooting out. But yeah, she's a better upgrade. Fucking Storm Audio's ADEC. Oh, she's worth more than 3 extra channels. She's the real thing. She's the real deal. It's at the price of 3 extra channels. You got to pay 1,500 just for 3 extra channels. Really? That's like having a fucking upgrade for a 2-channel stereo amplifier to turn it into a 4-channel. Fucking diabolical. They could have at least used those 3 extra channels for below surround. I don't want more channels going around this stupid bed layer. It's boring. I don't want more overhead. It's boring. But you can't add anything below, because you got to have a new codec. You got to have a new codec and all that, and then dub stages would have to comply by every dub stage worldwide would have to comply with a new specification. although anyone with mixing consoles and audio equipment and such can make a multi-system. It's not Atmos, it'd be just something else, but it wouldn't be available for the public, unless of course they wanted to, and in which case Dolby Labs will be threatened, because they know they're going to have something that's going to come out and it's going to leave them in the dust, because everyone's going to be thinking, is this something better than Aura 3D? You're damn right it'd be, unless Aura 3D wanted to, you know. But I think Aura 3D is a dead sound format, actually. THX, that's pretty much going dead. It's going down that way. How often do you hear about it? Hardly. But I think to call these things 3D sound and all that, I think it's just a load of bullshit. Because you can't have an object. It's like I got an object in my hand, I make a sound with it, and it's that close. All this shit, can't do that. It's impossible. Even if you make a phantom sound, you know, you can make it, you know, seem and think, ooh, that's weird. But when it's there on there, I'm thinking, fucking hell, it's on the loudspeakers. Just over. I could put a speaker, like say, exciter in the seat, and it just sounds like it's coming from behind the seat, sort of thing, because it can't be in front, like, because then it'd just be intimidating. You got to face it at the end of the day, real world sound and how it sounds like. See if that there makes a sound there, and if I go a little bit higher up, makes a different sound. Now I can hear it sort of like there, because I know it's there. But if I were blindfolded, oh, you can't fool me. Can't fool me, I'm afraid, because I practically was blindfolded by closing my eyes when I had my stent put in for my first little mini heart attack. I couldn't watch, or I could, you know, surgeon told me, he said, you know, you sign this, etc. And basically he said, you can't fuck up while we're doing this procedure. It will kill you. So you've got to remain absolutely still. Signed it, and I just closed my eyes, went in, and even though I'm laying on my back, I can hear the sounds moving all around me. I could count maybe what was about 4 in the room, I think. There might have been a 5th person there, but not maybe making a sound or such, but I could just hear the footsteps moving around me. Yeah, and when I felt the I could feel it going across my chest, and it felt like a little tickle. And then when I heard the surgeon say, done, retract, etc., and that's it. And then once I was wheeled out into the hallway, then I opened my eyes, because I just couldn't. Otherwise, I would have probably freaked out, even though I was partly sedated. So I'm pretty observant with sound, probably more than a lot of you. It's because I trained myself over the years to be proficient. But unfortunately, with this crappy Atmos, what a letdown it is. Like I say, it's all dressed up. That Storm is all dressed up, but it's got no sound where to go. It can only do sound here, there, and back down again. Dead fucking boring. You could put the speakers on the floor if you want, but then when you look at the visuals and the sound objects, the continuity doesn't match. It's like that. It should be like that, or like that, or like this down here, and it has to match. What you see, what's going on, and all these shitty movies like Jaws, Atmos. I doubt it's going to sound like you're on the ocean. One, the mix balance of the ocean waves going across the stage channels to the surrounds, they're going to not be frequency timbre matched. They sound totally different, and oh, what a fucking mess. And the other thing with mixing, blending all these sound effects and music and dialogue and all this, what the fuck is metadata mean? What the fuck is that? Metadata? I haven't got a fucking clue what I hear about this metadata. What the fuck is that? I think they should have some sort of control where you can adjust the sound effects, the music and the dialogue, whether it be directional dialogue moving around, like gravity and all that, and you got control to adjust the levels of it to fit the individual volume size of the room. Otherwise, that fucking first Mission Impossible movie I was listening to the other day was so fucking annoying. It's a terrible sound mix. Where he gets the tether or the hook, the thing with the helicopter, and he hooks it to the train, so then the helicopter's being dragged by the train. And then he goes, ah! I made a yell sound like that, and I monitored it just by a few feet away with the SPL meter. It was about 100 dB. What does it sound like in the movie? No, not even anywhere near. If you play it loud, that sound of that train effect or whatever it is on the center channel, it's just going to sound so fucking annoying. You would just simply turn it down because you'd think, fucking hell. Because there's one other element that's completely missing in that mix. The rushing of air. That's what it would be mostly doing. You'd have the sound of the train doing a certain sound. It's moving, but the other proportion is the air. Because if you're on the top of a train or bloody Superman, you would have a rush of air going down your ear canal. No if, no but, no debate, no voting about it, and it would sound fucking annoying. But you don't have that effect. So that's one thing you can't do with sub bass, because it's just not possible. Not without it sounding stupid. And you think, what the fuck's all this other noise? You don't hear that in reality with nature. For which nature itself cannot be fooled. Fucking audio, fucking iPhone, fucking most of the fucking time. Look at the speakers. They're all dressed up, but they've got no sound where to go. Yeah, you look at them. They look like they're all tarted up, like someone's whore's prostitute speakers. And they're stuck in front of. They're all got this glossy colour and not. Fucking hell, really. You don't want to look at the bloody things. You want to listen to the sound. Because when it's like you look at someone, you might, you know, think, fucking hell, you're really hideously got a load of makeup on you. Really, is that necessary? And you hear them talking to you, and you just probably can't stop laughing. Not that it's rude, but it's just like thinking, what the bloody hell is this? Drag queen hour? Looking like looking at some bloody loudspeakers in a hi-fi showroom or whatever, and it's like, what is this? Drag queen loudspeaker hour? Fucking, is that necessary? I don't want to see those bloody speakers. They look hideous. I want to hear the sound. They're in different volume size enclosure boxes, and they're going to do a certain sound, aren't they? Not that they would be applicable for use for motion picture dubbing stages. Really, because they've only got a certain out of bandwidth that they can do, and then you see how stupid the manufacturers put a stupid price on it, because they are. The manufacturer's like a bloody pimp, and the bloody loudspeakers are like bloody whores, bloody prostitutes. My speakers are but ugly, but they put that good sound out, and a cheap price it was on eBay. I could be pretty ferocious sometimes with the way, you know, but it's the truth. It's the truth. It's like that Shane Lee. How many bloody loudspeakers has he gone through? He's like, he's never satisfied. When was the last time? Probably he went to a local cinema, and it's not even crossed his mind. Why don't I get some small size cinema speakers and put them in the room? And you know what? I think after a short while he'll get dissatisfied with those. He's never satisfied. I think he's just one of these rich people that's never going to be satisfied. So what about your Trinov, huh? Are you satisfied with it? It's all dressed up, but it's got no sound where to go. Even if they come out with an Atmos number 2 or something, I don't think it's it might be doable. Might be doable. Oh. How did that sound? Well, that sounded there and there, you know, but it doesn't sound like that in Atmos, you know. Let me put that what's it on again. What's the one like? See, works. Works all the time. Oh look at that, kaleidoscope. That's kaleidoscope image I can see there. I think that's what they call it, kaleidoscope? No, kaleidoscope. I think it's called a kaleidoscope effect. Oh look, he's using the force. See, I can do that. I can turn off the HF horn and just listen to the bass cab and the LFE, or I can turn the LFE, or I can mute the LFE. I think I'll just put the HF back on, put the LCR on, put that all on. But you can't hear it in the video in stereo, so it doesn't really matter. You just hear a sound. But it's interesting when you listen to NASA and all their. Yeah, it's interesting watching those videos because they got visual communication on the ground, of, you know, when they do the the camera thing, but on the command module or the whatever, they don't have vice versa. They can only hear them, but they're not seeing a video. Today, you know, or whatever, you know, you would have two-way video. I don't know what the fuck that's got to do with Revenge of the Sith. It's outer space, mind you. Using the force there. So all the kicks and the Foley, all the kicks. And then when they use the force, you get a little bit of in the LFE track, an extra, like, you know, bass whatever sound. And I'm gonna put it back to full range. Just mute that. Go to the computer. So I've got the using the optical output. So I'm using the optical output. So if I use the HDMI number 1, I can't use the video because it won't, you know. So I'm just using the optical on the computer PC, and it's just sending the same signal. Just sending the same signal through. I mean, I've got to put my goggles on. So put that LFE, or put the sub bass signal. Turn that Lynx Riley crossover thing off. I don't need it. Turn it right back down to the lowest it would go. Put that to 24 dB up there. 24 dB there. Turn it down to about 100. 124. I don't know why. There's no logic. There's no logic for me to turn it down to 124 dB. 124 dB. 124 hertz at Lynx Riley 24. There's no logic because I've just seen where the frequency response was roughly going up to about 150. But now because it's got the low, and don't forget that the room itself is going to add a bit of an extension to that low frequency. So there's lots of ways I could use with microphones. I test it electronically. I put two RTAs up on the screen, two room EQ wizards, one for A, one for B, and then look at the direct signal electronically and look at the other one acoustically within the room and how things are, you know. And it's like, I want to get it like that. So really, it's like, what can you apply in the room to change or shift some of those frequencies? Because you look at the way a cinema auditorium is designed, it's, well, it's got a very, actually it's a very straightforward room, and it's just got this very, very thick flooring, and it's just angled, so it's like that, so it's narrow at the back, and it's very tall at the front. One a little bit portion of the screen, and for the sound, because the way the sound waves are going to work. And so if you go right to the back of the auditorium, it shouldn't boom too much because of the height of the ceiling. If it was completely like that, it's going to boom at the back. That's why it booms typically in most rooms. I can't do much in this room. There's not much I can do. And also, by building a seat riser, there are a few options. If you design it so that it's open at the back, the sound waves go round, whoosh, instant speed of sound, whoosh, goes in through the and plus you get a little bit of feel, but it also gives the illusion to the speakers that the room is a little bit larger. Just an illusion. I think it's the Coca-Cola bottle effect or such that I learned at college, sound and music technology years ago. And then you put a certain amount of fluid in the bottle, and then you blow across the top. It makes a resonant sound, and you change the. It's a bit of a I think it's a bit very complicated calculation of mathematic, and of course, you know, it changes when you put you put a little bit more liquid in it, a little drop or something, and it changes it very subtly. Because if the rooms are all built equal, literally, not that. How can you have a standard for the home? Yeah. All this bullshit. You talk THX and all this bullshit with audio. Was it audio advice and all that bullshit? It's like this water bottle. They're mass produced. They're all the same. You get a Coke can or a Coke bottle. They're all mass produced the same, but do they have the same amount of liquid in it? You just weigh it. That's all you have to do. You get 4 Coke cans, you just weigh them, just to see if they're, you know. I doubt it. I think they will be a little bit in, you know. If all the dub stages. If every cinema worldwide was demolished and then rebuilt, along with all the dubbing stages demolished and everything rebuilt, so it's all the same, literally, but you got to be very good at making it the same exact volume. Otherwise, just a little bit, and sound waves are very clever. Otherwise, I suppose a design like that might have a tolerance, a very small tolerance that can only be allowed. But it'd be extremely difficult. But it's easy to mass produce cans and bottles, just exactly the same. Otherwise, every room never looks straight. The walls are always going to be a little bit this and that. and that can affect sound waves. Like every speaker enclosure built the exact same volume. So when you're buying all these speakers and so forth, are they all exactly the same volume proportion? So that's one thing. You get all these fucking bullshitters on YouTube doing this speaker review and that. Do they go really thorough and do, you know, I'm not sure how you measure the volume inside. Do you actually fill it up with water? Do you use something else? Maybe air pressure? I suppose it's possible. So you seal everything and then you put something connected and you put an air pressure in it, and it should indicate on the meter certain pressure, PSI, and then you test the other one and just to see if that's, you know, and then you might think, oh, there's a little difference. So then, yeah, the way these speakers sound, you know, and then you got to test the speaker components in free air. You put them on a bench or something, microphone near it, and go through every single component, and you then go through the passive crossover and test that with a frequency sweep going through it, and then look at the overlays to see if they match. I think you'll be in for an eye opener that they do not match. They're slightly offset a little bit, and you think these speakers are costing this much of money. What a load of bullshit. And you think, you get something that's electronic DSP, you can change the crossover until you're blue in the face. It should duplicate. First time, second time, every time. But a passive crossover always is going to be a little bit different. And you just, Shane Lee has just bought out all those bloody loudspeakers that cost RBH or whatever they are all around the globe. And now your next thing is going to change it to something else. You know, these people don't do thorough reviews. I did that with testing some JBL loudspeakers last year, a live video it was, and I think I was at it for at least 8 hours. It was bloody exhausting and boring. But, you know, if you've got to do science, you've got to do science, haven't you? And I was quite shocked with what I saw. The crossovers, passive crossovers, they were completely offset. They should have been overlaying, and they were like that. And I was thinking, no wonder it sounds different. You know, you get all these people on the audio, why is this loudspeaker sound, or can a loudspeaker sound? Of course they can. Can't take the components for granted, or the speakers for granted. And you get all these speaker reviews like Danny Research and all that bloody nonsense. Does he go fully, because he hasn't shown a video yet. He hasn't shown a video in real time. No editing. Just show it up on the equipment, which I did. I showed the overlays and all that, I think, and it was just like nothing's matching. And it's only down to the component and how that components are designed on that crossover. Maybe it was the coil winding. It's got to be everything specific and tested so they come up identical. Yeah, well, that's what you get, innit? That's what they say. You get what you pay for. I don't believe in that. That's bullshit. It's a fucking annoying fucking word. Get what you pay for. It's bullshit. Otherwise, I might say otherwise, I might as well say the same about my body condition. I'm kind of designed the way you get what you pay for. I'm kind of designed the way I'm designed. Biologically, that is. or maybe electrical, because we do produce an electrical signal. You know, you test yourself on a voltmeter and we got a resistance. It's futile. I haven't tested my resistance today to see if I'm futile. Normally that's why when you test on these ECG monitors, because of electrical signal pulses. Basically those monitor things, they're just like the same sort of principle to an oscilloscope. They're only designed differently for medical use. Yeah. I wonder what Shane Lee's doing today. He doesn't go live video much. I mean, me and him, no, not interested. I'm surprised in the video if not everyone knows on the, you know, that Anthony Grimani is anti-Trump. He doesn't like Trump, nor do I. I don't like Trump. But I can tell the other two, I can tell they're Trump voters. I can tell they voted for him. But it doesn't really matter, does it? They're not real fans. Trump, he's only there for another 4, well, actually less than 4 years. It's a little bit, you know, because several months have gone by, and so, yeah, come January next year, and then he's got 3 years left until he's got to be kicked out of his residence because he's only leasing it. That building, that house is for and by the people. That ain't for him. It's only to him to govern, but he doesn't own it. But I guess it'll probably be like one of those videos. Oh no, I'm still president. Is he deluded? Because he was still in some parts or sometimes ranting that when he was X, and he was still like, is he really deluded and really that? You know, when you're X, you're X. Me, I'm X projection. I don't really fucking care to do that shit fucking job ever again. I don't really care about cinema anymore. To me now, I'm anti. I couldn't care less about film. I couldn't care less about Star Wars 35mm print that's going to be playing in June at the BFI in London. It's the same print I think they used to play at the Senator's Cinema in the USA a few years ago. I think that Senator's Cinema closed down. I think it's the same print because it's someone that owns it somewhere in London. I don't care. Last time I saw those things were 1983, I think, at the Odeon, screen number 1 downtown in the Cinerama screen. I'm not missing anything. I know what an optical sound print sounds like, but Technica, I don't really care. It's too bad they can't do you know, owner can't make a pirate copy of it or whatever, and then you got like, oh, that's better than those bloody fan-made ones, you know. At least the print there would have the use certificate on it and have all the scrap, it would have all the little things there, you know, that the fan ones don't. They got the colour sort of right, sorted, but there's a few other things that just, you know, that are just like, yeah, they're okay, but they're not making me pinch myself. I don't mind seeing something that's copied from a 35 because then you just play it over and over and over again. It's not going to wear out. The only thing that's going to wear out is the spindle motor on the player, unless you have it on a what's it, and then you use a file or something, you plug it in and it just, you know, because they got hardly any moving parts. I don't really care. I don't care. Plus they got no THX sound system at the BFI, so why would I want to be going there wasting my money? because I don't know how well it's going to sound or what the echo or what, you know, it's not, if it's not a THX auditor, no, I'm not interested. I don't even play those versions on, you know, because they sound, there's something about the 6-channel versions or whatever they want to call it, 5.1 or DTS 5.1, they sound a bit weird. They don't sound like a 70mm print, because one, the low frequency or LFE on it is too low, it's too extended. It would have a certain frequency response for 70mm, and they're not doing it in the exact same way, because the baby boom would have played on channel 2 and 4 behind the screen, not on separate subs. I think when they had Close Encounters come out, which was more or less same year, then they did it on separate sub, but it's still going out from the cinema process, only they output it to separate subs rather than behind the screen. Maybe some cinemas that couldn't afford new subs would still play it on channel 2 and 4. So those, you know, they're not doing the exact same sound format. I can play 2 and 4 behind that screen if I wanted to. Can Shane Lee with his Trinov, his mighty Trinov, play Star Wars with the sub bass on channel 2 and 4? But no, because he hasn't got speakers matched. He hasn't got a 5 screen behind his projection screen. Very few, hardly any home theatres have a 5 screen. Sensurround played on 3 sub-bass speakers that were placed, one large one in front of the projection screen on the floor, and the other 2 were in the corners of the auditorium. If you noticed when you went into the cinema back then in the day, I didn't even care, didn't even notice, didn't even just read something outside on a poster that says Sensurround. What the heck is all that about? Flipping, whoa, bass pressing on your body, my goodness. But horrendously loud. And yet the real thing in the real world doesn't do that. So what are they still yabbing on this bloody thing about LFE and bloody Basebird or old rubber channel? You know, because the LFE is separate, okay? But when it's folded down, if you fold it down, it goes to the left and right equal. Now think about that. Think about that, right? So, for example, my system can do quite a few things. A little bit more than a Trinov. Sorry, Shane Lee, but your Trinov's not really that geared up. Sorry. So, if I were to divert the LFE to the left and right channel, I'll go to this one up there, this one here, and that one there. And if I were to switch it to that mode, I'll activate the Matrix 5 screen. Okay, I could do several things on the system here. I can either do it on the Storm Audio or in several different ways, or I could do it here, which I've never thought about doing it until thinking about it now. The signal would output on the inner left and right, but it would also have just a minimal of crosstalk because it's going through a matrix rather than doing it through the storm, where I've got several theatre modes designed, and then I can send it totally discrete, isolated, to the left center and to the right center, and if I wanted to, I can still activate that, and it would just put the signal on top of, you know, so any half dialogue panning sounds that usually are typical when they're mixed, you get a little signal on the center and a little signal on the left, or a little signal on the center and a little signal on the right. It's called a half pan sound, and then you get filling pans, or you know, you get the storm, or you get the Atmos, and you got to generate a new discrete left center, right center, or whatever. Yeah, so the system here can do quite a few things. But I never thought of doing that before. But it would just still have a little crosstalk over to the left and over to the right, just minimum. But mostly the heart of the signal will be going over to the channel 2 and 4. Because it's a mono signal and it's identical. Signals will be identical. That's when you listen to carefully the Terminator 2 DVD theatrical mix. It's probably not a CDS. It's probably more likely a 70mm, or, you know, because if it were discrete with CDS, I shouldn't be hearing anything like a little crosstalk in the surround, what sounds like the baby boom channel, or the LFE, depends what you want to call it. I can hear a little crosstalk because the way the circuit card works on the CP200 over here, the way the card works, it's kind of like a crossover card. A crossover usually is typically crossed over like that. On the card, it's done different. It's like that. So it minimises the crosstalk. But that's what that's what usually I can hear. I can hear a little. It doesn't bother me. It interests me. But when you listen to the other mixes of the T2, it's different. You don't hear that kind of crosstalk effect. But I think it's I think it's a 70mm. I think it's a 70. Otherwise, the stereo surrounds would have a complete different totally different sound. Even though it does have a different sound, but they would have a totally different frequency response sort of difference. It just depends on how it's engineered. You listen to Superman the movie, the theatrical, and you can just a little bit hear these sort of things, particularly right at the beginning of the opening, because it's like Dorothy going to Wizard of Oz. That's how the Superman works, because it's like you start with Academy ratio, black and white, or kind of monotone, and then you get an artificial whoosh, opens up, and then the curtains open up a little bit as well to a scope ratio, so it gives an illusion, you know. And then the colour comes in, and then you first hear the first little bits of the music, like bum 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 bum, but it's mostly in the mono center until a little bit of it starts to slowly come out wide, very gently over the screen channel, and then when you see the Richard Donner credit coming up on screen, and then the credit kind of goes kind of like does that sort of effect, then the splits around the stereo surrounds are engaged. That's pretty effective in the art of film mixing. A lot better than some of these crappy Atmos movies that I hear today. My goodness, they're absolutely atrocious. And I think that was a pretty damn good artistic technique. And, you know, if you heard the movie, if you're old enough to understand techniques of it back then in 70mm, then yeah, you was in for a treat. Otherwise, regular cinemas were just 35mm optical Dolby stereo. It ran optical, I think, downtown. Didn't have a 70mm engagement, but it was quite popular for many months. Unlike some of this crap today, like that Mission Impossible that's playing at the moment, that I think it's going to bomb at the box office, because I think the franchise of it is died a few years ago. It's terrible. I'm sick and tired of it. I don't have to go and see it. I don't have to play that rubbish anymore, but it's a dead franchise now. But they'll try and resurface it in a few years' time, mark my words. They'll try and revitalise it. But no one's going to be interested. Might as well just watch the Mono TV show. That's a lot more entertaining, without seeing people flying around on fucking wires, blown from a fucking helicopter, and then bam, slam against a fucking train, when you'd have your fucking chest fucking crushed, and you would slide off the fucking train, Ethan Hunt, and then be wearing the fucking rest of the helicopter on top of him. Fucking stupid fucking movies. They're not spy movies, they're stupid. They're retarded. You've got plenty of other movies out there, spy movies and all that, and they're a lot more bloody intelligent. You might as well put superhero capes on the bloody characters in those movies, really. Bloody ridiculous. And it's not an opinion. They are just ridiculous. Oh dear. So mark my word, you go around, try any of those stuff, I'll tell you, you'll end up worse than going in the A&E. You'll be in the morgue. It'll bloody be fatal. These stupid movies. Don't go and see it, just let it go down. They spent 400 million on it. 400 million could have gone to cat shelters, dog shelters, or pet shelters. They got to waste it on some bloody Tom Cruise fucking running around with his bloody smile. Oh, my cringe meter goes off the scale. Let it flop, let it bomb like it deserves. It's not going to bring any value, and you'll buy it on crappy 4K Atmos. And you know what? The funniest thing is, you'll probably only watch it once. You might as well rent it. Or not even rent it, because you'll only be giving Paramount Pictures your money. Don't give them it. Sick and tired of seeing the same. I mean, it's like the James Bond movies. They're bloody stupid sometimes to a degree. I mean, The Spy Who Loved Me. Right, he's got a rucksack, but no one knows it's packing a parachute, because the whole thing is designed for entertainment and like, oh wow, that sort of reaction, you know. Otherwise, wouldn't he be carrying a parachute around with him all the time? Because he never knows when he's going to be in an aeroplane again, or a helicopter, and he's going to get kicked out the fucking aeroplane. And he hasn't got a fucking parachute on him. You know, and you got Moneypenny going, my goodness, what happened to you? I got kicked out of an aeroplane without a parachute. Ooh. Oh dear. Got so much bloody glare there. coming from the light up there, and it's coming there, and you know, I've got to put something there to filter it, you know, light and shadow. See, yeah, that picture there looks terrible. I'll put a little bit, yeah, got to get it in the angle, got to get it in the angle. I'll try keyboard. Oh, there we go. Maybe angle it that way. Yeah, see. It's all what makes an image. Two substances, light and shadow, is what makes an image. That's why you see all these, you know, if there was more light coming at it, then you wouldn't see much of all, you know, it'd be like that. Because of the angles, and it's light and shadow. There's something for you to learn, Shane Lee, if you're watching my video. Not that I doubt you do too much photography, I'll take it. It's amazing, some laser discs sometimes almost make a 4K disc look bloody shameless. They got a good balance of, you know, not too much messing the picture colour up. That's all it needs. None of this woke crap, bloody James Cameron's fucking mum basement fucking AI shit. And then you look at it and you think, it doesn't even look photorealistic to 35mm film. It's like revisioned. Terrible. But then you look at reality and how it is. We don't see grain. We only see light and shadow. Depending on the film stock, to minimise grain. Otherwise you really shouldn't see grain. But if it's inherent on film, and that's the process, the photochemical process of the whole damn thing, then let it be with the grain. Because that's how it was exhibited in the cinema. The closer you are to the screen, the more grain you will see. The further back you are, the screen gets a bit smaller, of course, and you don't see much grain. When you look at 35mm, hold it up like that, and you can, if you've got good eyesight or if you've got glass, you can see the pure colour transparency. And you get an eyepiece and then look at it, then you just about notice little grain. But then if you use a bit more magnification, then you start noticing, because you're zooming in. That's why you should regularly see legitimate grain, even on an OLED, because the image frame has gone from a tiny little size to about that size. Even if you're watching it, like in the mortal words of David Lean, on a fucking phone. It's how many times larger? Exactly. Mobile phone is about that size. 35mm is a lot fucking small. It's a lot of people out there just what they haven't even cottoned onto. Now you do, now you know. But the fake grain they had, it's like a static effect. And when you look very carefully at some things and you think, what the fuck is all this other noise going on in the image? What the bloody hell is that? It's because they're using some artificial grain effect, and it also produces some other additional annoying image distraction. Otherwise, film grain's got a specific signature to it. Total Recall, Superman the movie uses it. Star Trek, Star Trek 4Ks. Except something like Star Trek 6, which looks a little bit different. It doesn't have the annoying effect like it does on Star Trek oh gosh, one thing that stands out in like Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home, and there's a certain image in the movie and it's like, fucking hell, that's hurting my eyes. What the fuck is that? I'd like to know the exact name of the process gimmick effect that they are using, because there's probably so many different types, and they're employing the use of one technique from a manufacturer and they're shamelessly using it. Shame on you, Paramount, shame on you, Warner Brothers, and shame on any other studio that is using it. Shame on you. Because under the Fair Trading Act, that's bullshit. You can't do that. That's a scam. It's better to, when people do actual transfers, and then you look at those and you think, wow, that's better than the bloody 4K. Why can't the studios do that? Why have they got to bullshit us? It's all about that. And then they'll make up some excuse. It's all about that. And they'll just milk and scam you again. As me, I'm not fucking interested anymore. Fuck them. But they'll keep scamming you lot out there. As well as the sound mixers. Bloody near-field mixers that are not even needed. Not needed, they're not necessary. Old movies, remixed Atmos. They're not needed. It's just that some people won't buy it. You read those comments on Blu-ray.com. New title releases coming out, and they'll say, oh, I'm not buying it if it's not Atmos. They got no idea or what clue what Atmos is. They don't know what sound effects or if it's going to carry a specific, careful, very crafted music on the overhead, and the way it pans and flows out, and other channels fade out and then it flows upward. Otherwise, you just hear the same sort of music that's on the bed layer on the overhead. You might as well just use that fucking stupid upmixing thing. If that's going to float your Atmos boat. It's a scam. Music, I wouldn't touch music Atmos with a barge pole. I've got one I have touched it with I've got one crappy Pink Floyd. What a load of rubbish. Never again. Dreadful. They got all these channel fucking outputs, blah blah blah, and they only use a few outputs on the bloody ceiling. Fucking how many out? And I thought this metadata is that what the fucking meta or the decoder? It knows you got these many speakers on the ceiling. Huh? What if you got 20 speakers on the ceiling? Yeah, you want it moving around on certain sound, and then moving out from there and then down here again. Oh, but you want it moving down here because it's music. It's got no visual. It's all non-sync, and it can flow and then move. Rather than just being in ordinary, the usual positions. All the speakers in this room, they're all dressed up, but they got no sound where to go. They're just sound in those positions. They're not there's no sound there in the middle there. There's no speaker there. There should be. Actually, when you think of it, there should be more than just a speaker there. Because you look at what size the speaker is. But it's like you get to this point again. How long is a piece of string? I can buy a piece of string on Amazon and fucking hell, it's meters long. It could go around this room probably. Depends on how many meters I get. And it will just go around this room and around this room and around this room. Until it runs out, of course. And it's cheap. But, you know, boxes, speakers, the size of the speakers. But then a little fly or a bee going around this room in real up round bush in real 3 dimension. This shit in the room can only do there or up there, or if the signal, like I say, if you can mix it and put some anti-polarity into the signal, then it can go, if you got a decoder, then it will go into that matrix decoder, and then it can sound going down along the floor, because you're putting a negative signal into the mixing and the track layers and all that. It's possible, but no one's doing it that much. Unless of course you've listened to Baby Driver recently, but you haven't got a decoder so you can hear that music. So there's a music in the signal middle overhead surround, I think it is, and it's like 2 signals. One's slightly anti-phased or negative polarity, and the other one's forward polarity. And it's like 2 different music sounds that are one sounding different down here with a music and one sounding different up there, as well as other sound effects that occasionally. So yeah, I know Baby Driver. Oh yeah, that's the kiddies Blu-ray movie sort of thing. Yeah, but whatever. I'm not really into Baby Driver because it's like a kiddie movie with a baby driving in it. I'm not rubbish movie. And some of the other sound effects when the baby goes on the run, he goes, "Baby, what have you done? What have you fucking done?" You know, because he drove the car straight into the and killed the bloody psychotic guy in the other side of the vehicle, didn't he? And then you got the music going, da 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 dun 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 da da. He's out of the picture. And then you got them. What have you done, baby? And then the cops turn up, and then they go on the run. And then you got this tempo music beat, dun 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 dun. But it sounds different on the overhead and the below matrix. So it's like going like that and like that. I'm moving around with it. What's the word? I'm participating with the soundtrack. Moving around with it. While everyone else is watching it now and feel like this. Catatonic. Oh dear. But the helicopter effects, when they start turning up and all that, and you start hearing the helicopter, it sounded synthetic, sounded like plastic. Very, very, very annoying. Just didn't sound right. Sounded synthetic. So it's just like a recording of a bloody helicopter, and they put a helicopter up there rather than they design the soundtrack so it's going to have a new recording of helicopter sound rather than something that's just probably from another movie or a sound library, and they just pick helicopter sound and they just throw it in. Just, you know, otherwise it just had a very strange artificial sound about the whole bloody thing, and it didn't sound like this bullshit that Dolby Labs have been bullshitting over 14 years. Lifelike sound. Don't bullshit me, Dolby Labs, please. To the masses like you lot, you probably think it is, but to me, I'm sorry, I've done sound mixing at college and it doesn't fool me. It just sounds synthetic. Oh. Hey, it's warm today. 23 Celsius. Oh, see? I do that and my vision blurs because it's creating a cavity sound vibration. My eyes blur. My vision blurs. Ain't that right there? Yeah, all these kiddies on the bloody YouTube with their Atmos home theatres. Fucking hell. They think they've heard it all. Really, they want to go and hear real life sound more than bloody listening to bloody movies. So I could come up by thinking quite a lot of ways around this problem, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They just want to keep the crappy Atmos as it is at the present relevant, but they don't want to make any change to it. Go out. Get some water. So as for LFE, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. But that's the cool suits. Most of course you come round to my home cinema. Otherwise you can go to Shane Lee's home cinema. Yeah, watch Star Wars, but you ain't gonna hear that LFE in the channel 2 and 4 behind his screen. Actually it plays pretty well. Pretty well on the JBL 4673. It's got a low frequency limitation as such, but it still plays okay. Or rather, it's playing, but it sounds. But when I switch it over to the other JBLs, it's a little bit different. But when you think of it, those subs, the other subs are on the floor, and the other subs, or when I divert the signal, the LFE, or whatever, doesn't really matter, because that LFE is still the same frequency bandwidth, though it's less, but it's still the same as left, center, right, or left, center, whatever. It's surround. It's still the same. There's nothing unique about it. It's just something just to give a little extra support and extension to the soundtrack as and when it is needed. Otherwise, optical soundtrack or Dolby Stereo can come in several sound format. You also saw the Dolby Stereo and digital logo on the earlier SRD prints on the trailer. You know, with the Dolby Digital train. I think that had several logos. Because it can still switch to Dolby Stereo if the digital sprockets or such were damaged. It literally switches over to SR soundtrack and you don't even notice it. Boom. With a crappy Trinov or Storm or whatever AV, you got to manually do it. So if you get something going weird on with the digital track because of the way it's encoded, though rarely does that happen, you're going to have a backup. But most people have not even got RCA phonos connected to their player or whatever connected to, and so they'll just have dead sound. They think they'll be going on a forum, blah 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 blah. You got to have something connected, so you got a backup and you can play it without going on a forum and crying like a bloody snowflake baby. Oh, I can't get the sound of it. I had a few discs one time, DVD, and the issue was the Motorola chip that was put onto certain AV receivers, and it was just an issue. That issue probably resolved many years ago. And then what it did to the digital signal, it made it sound like, with the soundtrack still playing, but it was going like that, but still with a bit of the sound, but you just couldn't hear it, you just couldn't listen to it. So I had to switch to the backup. Come on, Bear. If you change the what's it called, the sample rate on a I wonder if it was something to do with a sample rate. Do I still have those DVDs? I got it. I'm trying to remember. I exchanged the DVD, I think it was twice, because I thought it was a fault on the disc and it was still doing the same thing. It took a while until I figured out, or researching, asking, and someone just said, you know, it's also been noted, but it's something to do with the Motorola chip. It was the Untouchables, which I still got, and the fault issue would only occur, I still got the AV receiver, I still got it, though it needs a bit of repairing. I think a bit of science repair to get all the, my goodness, those dry solder joints on the blooming amplifier thing, on the thing, yeah. They all need resoldering because they got developed a load of dry solder joints. I think the other disc was Pearl Harbor. And we all know that's a dreadful movie. A great sound mix, but dreadful movie. Yeah. I wonder if it... So like if you change the sample rate, that I can change it on the DTS Professional CAD 5. If I put it to the wrong sample rate, the sound goes kind of like that. Really distracting noise. Or something else. And it's just not on the correct frequency, basically. It's just not on the correct frequency. And it just makes a load of very terrible noise. Kind of like the same with a CB radio, and you're on the maybe the sideband, and if you've got correct frequency matching the receiver end, so they're on such and such, you should be on your modulation, so should sound pretty clear. It would kind of have this kind of Donald Duck effect, but it should sound pretty, you know. But if you offset it just by 1 decimal on the frequency, and then it sounds a little bit, you know, it's got to be spot on. Home cinema's boring. It is. It's boring. It's all dressed up. It's got nowhere to play. Cinema. It's all dressed up now. It's got nowhere to play these woke bloody movies. God's sakes. Just let it fail. Forget about it. Woke cinema. Woke Hollywood. Just let it frizzle. Believe me. You won't miss it. You've still got plenty of movies on your collection, which I doubt you've even played in 10 years. So I'd start going through some of those titles that you brought 10 years ago to see if the disc still works. It might got rot on it. Isn't that right, Bear? All these kiddies on YouTube and Blu-ray, all over the forums, all these kiddies collecting all these titles in their mum's basement. Just buying all those lots and lots of movies just so you can show off on a bloody forum. Oh, I got 10,000 movies. So what? 10,000? That's not even the tip of the iceberg. There's a few billion or so. Worldwide, that is. So I don't think your kaleidoscopes are going to be any soon. You're going to have about maybe 500 million of movies. And you know what the fuck are you going to do with that then, huh? You're going to gab time to watch all through that? And then you think about movies. Think about it. It's like the popular mainstream ones, you know. And then you look at all the other ones and they're just like, I've seen something like that before. Only it was in a science fiction. This is a romantic movie. But I've seen something similar like that in a science fiction. It's the same cliche. It's like they got nothing else to come up with that's brand new, fresh. I tell you what, you might as well listen to pink noise and sine wave tones in your room. Try doing that. It's entertaining. The information you might give to think about it. like someone says, oh, I tried this frequency, EQ and all this. That's only going to apply, it's only applicable to that person's individual room. To my room, I might give it a try, but it might not work necessarily because the room's totally different. It's like all this other conversation going on with this bloody, oh, my JBL sub's making this noise and all that. Like I say, all that bass energy is pretty high level right at the bloody front. Some portions of it get back here, they might be, let's say, so if you've got multiple microphones, multiple Room EQ wizard that can go through a computer so that you can literally have Room EQ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the screen with the microphones going through, and you can see what's going on. Otherwise you could just get out your lazy chair and just walk forward, walk backwards and just listen. But you know what? Same thing happens in the real world. You think it's just the yes, it is the room. So, for example, a bus. It's in the real world. You can feel the mechanical vibration through the floor. You hear the acoustical sound through the rest of the bus. But when you walk up and down, well, a bus may say come stationary, and the tone of the engine's different, and then you walk from the back and walk towards the front. That sound is going to go, it's going to change. It's not going to be the same, it's going to change. It's going to have a different sound right at the bloody front to what it is right at the very back, because well, you're near the engine, but it's going to have the same sort of like standing wave issue. So if you've got a bus that's outdoors, the sound comes and moves, comes into your home, you move around the room, you still hear the standing wave issue. Even though it's, you know, maybe 35 hertz frequency. It depends on where you're walking around and all that. That's what I have noticed through microphone testing and so forth. So. Oh, it's nice, my cat's back to normal. He hasn't laid on the floor like that since last year. All it takes is get another cat and you just cross fingers that it works, and it's a miracle. Instant change, as well as it's changed me a little bit, but I'm still the same. I'm still going to bitch and slag off all this Atmos shit, so that's not going to change, because that's my mission, that's my crusade, until the big fish manufacturer out there fucking makes some fucking alterations to this shit. My terms are not negotiable. Come on, get to it. Because I'm sick and tired of waiting. Why am I waiting? La 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 da da. Otherwise I enjoy real life sound. Happens in every dimension. No if, no but, no debate, no vote. That's enough of that. Bloody hell. Put calories on. Fucking sucks. Want some of this? Yeah. Just sit in a room, in a chair, looking at the same bloody boring fucking room, same direction. Fucking boring. Yeah, I look around the room. You look around the room, look at all these crappy movies. It's just an image that's just up there. A camera moves around, but you know what? Dead fucking boring. The picture is all dressed up, but it's got nowhere else to go within the room. I should film it multi, so you have an image on the floor, even though the floor part is pretty difficult, pretty technically difficult to do. And then you've got image going on the side, ceiling, the back, but on in a square sort of thing. Very disorientating. When it's a dome shape or a hemisphere like a Omnimax with better acoustic sound than a bloody Las Vegas load of rubbish, because if you were to go in that place and clap your hand, it's just going to echo. It's just a bloody glorified video echo chamber room. That's just the same principles as an Omnimax, because it's got a dome shape bloody, you know, they could just do a little gimmicky bit more to it, but clap your hand in that bloody, oh, not worth the price tag, not worth the ticket price. Because I can hear it. I've heard videos, an Omnimax place in France. Now I can hear, you know, microphones, they never bullshit. They pick the sound up in the room and what it is, that is it. And every video that's had that, and then when you hear the crowds before everything starts, you can hear the echo in it. It's fucking annoying. Otherwise, if you want to do a dome-shaped Las Vegas, that's not impossible to do in the home. There are plenty of projection screens out there you can buy, and you can have a dome shape. You could do yourself your own planetarium, and they're going to have a camera outside, a very good camera, high quality, looking at the stars, and so you can see all the star field and then project it. But you might as well just fucking go outdoors and look at the real thing. But your eye will only see a certain proportion. It's when you take a picture with it, with the camera, and then you look at the picture, because of the time aperture, and it captures, wow, you think, wow, look at all that. I couldn't even see that with the naked eye. You only see a little bit. When you say it, it's like, wow. It's like the thing in 2001. My God, it's full stars. So you could do something like that, and you know, so you project it, and you're like, ah, that's a real star field than one of these, you know, home theatres with a star field on the ceiling. Come on. But have a dome-shaped thing, and then with an ordinary screen at front, because it will still be, it's all material that's, you know, certain lengths, and you've got to put it all together. And a dome-shaped one in this room, it'll look very weird because of the size, because you've got to have a fairly big size for it to look sort of decent. But we don't see that. When we look at that at night, that's not exactly what we're seeing. What we're seeing is a gimmick effect. because I hardly use the fisheye lens on my camera because of the way it curves. It's an effect use, but I hardly use it. I prefer using the wide angle lens, and it's you know, it's just as good as the fisheye lens. What's the temperature down to? What's the temperature down? 22.4. Oh, it's come down a bit. Turn that off. Not a whole lot. I'm not sure the temperature today. It's not that really hot, and it's all due now for I think rain for the whole week. I think the temperatures are lower than what do you call it? I think they're lower than 20. I think yesterday or today were I think it was supposed to be around about 15, so 15 C. Yeah, so there's not a whole lot more I can add to this ranting. Probably have to give it another maybe another day. But you can't get into my mind. Can't get into I can only relay something, and then anyone out there, if you're clever than me, and go and try it. Don't sit there. Get to it. Get cracking. You haven't got heart issues like I have. Get cracking. Do it. Show it on YouTube. I want to see some. Before the end of this year, I want to see more home videos, home theatres on YouTube with a matrix below surround. Whether you do it in floor or put small speakers on the floor, get cracking. Get some other AVRs connected up to the system, and you know, until Dolby Labs pull their fucking socks up and get their act together and come out with a discreet. Otherwise, Anthony Granmani, or whatever he is, he's full of total horseshit. Again, he's only after your money. If you're skeptical about putting treatment around a room and thinking, oh, it's going to kill the sound, that's a load of horseshit. Your room shouldn't be making any pinging sound, though you're still going to have objects in the room that are going to reflect, unless it's absolute zero. Well, that's bullshit, because if you got to put, say, like, if you got a loudspeaker, think about it, like these speakers, all behind the grill, it's just the baffle, and that's just untreated. Think about it. There's a fabric material I've got quite a bit of it, and if I want more of it, I can go and get some more, and I can apply that. And if I was to think that sound coming from one speaker, even though they're parallel to the other side, the other speakers, they're parallel, sound will come from one speaker and go across, pass through the grill fabric, which is like a grill, it's just a piece of fabric, it'll pass through it, and then it will reflect onto the baffle. You got to do some scientific tests with microphones, frequency sweep tests, and then you apply a material on it and then repeat the frequency test and see what the result looks like. And then you think, oh right, it works, but it's a minimal difference, but it works. And it's reducing some of the reflection onto a speaker. But that doesn't mean it's going to go elsewhere in the room, downward, out, you know, in many angles, and it's going to reflect well onto the rack. What am I going to do? Cover the entire rack equipment with fucking fabric material? Because my ear can hear the reflection, this side, it can hear. So if I play a specific pink noise on one of the sides around and put a earplug in my ear on this side, so I filter out and I'm just monitoring this side, and then if I put some fabric in between, put a big piece of fabric, or even if I move my hand, you move your hand, right, you got a pink noise sounding over there, you put an earplug in one ear and you're moving your hand, and your hand reflects the sound and you can hear it. And and when you turn it like that and that, you can hear the high frequency going shifting up and down. That also helps with, like, oh, how to place these acoustical materials, because I'm a little skeptical on how it works. It does work. It's just you got to have a little bit extra science and careful placement, and then you know it works good in that position. Otherwise, you just what's the other thing? The mirror effect. So you get someone to move while you sit in the seat. You get someone to slide a mirror along the wall. And then when you start seeing a loudspeaker appearing in that, you know, it's like, oh, that's the first reflection, the second and all that. Personally, I wouldn't waste my fucking time with that fucking thing. I'll just absorb the fucking room. You go into a cinema, you don't see those things all over the fucking walls. It's just a fabric, and behind that fabric, it's common fucking rock wool. So you don't hear the bloody echo, because if you tear all that material down, it's going to have an atrocious echo. The only echo that you should hear is what they mix onto the soundtrack to create an illusion. You hear it in music, pop music, and sometimes you can't even understand their fucking vocals because they're using too much echo. And it's like, what the fuck are they singing? And then you read it, then you Google it. Oh, that's what they're singing. Oh, right. But can you understand it? To be honest, really honest, you understand a tiny little bit, not all of it. A tiny is terrible. That's like, oh, they can write it, but they can't, they sure as hell can't fucking sing it vocally. Fucking hell. Or the mixer's just bloody awful. And you can't understand it. You might as well just not have any vocals and just have instrumental. You got to understand what they are saying, because what they're saying sometimes might be political, or it's got some meaning to it, or whatever. It's got to be understandable. It's like when you go to these stupid concerts, I don't know why people waste their fucking money on it. Because you're not going to, you're just jumping up and down, you're getting a high, and then you're going to come away from that concert with your ears ringing. I can't tell you how to live your lives, but, you know, if you want to hear sound another day without bloody tinnitus ringing in your ears. Otherwise, if you go to one of those concerts, wear earplugs. You got people screaming and whistling and yelling all around you, and you're doing it yourself. Makes no sense. I think the camera in that position. Yeah, so if I put it in that position there, and it's got a little bit there, move it over a little bit, the angle, oops, there. Yeah, it changed a little bit. Yeah. It's dreadful, terrible camera. When you squint your eye, when you squint your eyes and you're looking at a bright light, you see a kind of noise or a fluid or dirt in your eyes. It depends. Depends. When you're looking at a light bulb or something, and if you were to squint your eye a certain amount, it's just the same as a camera, and you close the shutter down a little bit, then you see a little bit more detail. You can see it's like that. It's a filament inside the bulb, and it's like that. And then you got the coil going here to there, from there to there. You got a coil, and then you can actually see the coil, the winding on it. What are you doing, Bear? You having a sniff? Whoosh! Do you want to sit on the air conditioner? You want to sit on the air conditioner? Should I move that light? Because I haven't even fitted that light up yet. No? Alright then. Are you relaxed? What are you thinking about climbing underneath there? You won't fit. You're a little bit too large now. Well, you want to go out? No? You're inquisitive. You're inquisitive on how the air condition works. I know. I'll observe. I might learn something from you. I might learn something that I have yet not discovered. No, you're not doing any whatsoever. You go down there. You're not using that as a scratching post. You want a scratch post? Go scratch that fucking dreadful Abyss fucking 4K that I got tied to the fucking scratch post. You go scratch the fuck out of that. Fucking dreadful 4K disc movie that was. Oh, what now? turn that off because it's distracting me. Because you was different the other night when you was behind you was relaxing more, but I think that's stressing you. I think it's making you a bit curious to. So I'm trying to give that some thought, what I've just seen, and go through the process, the thought processing later. Might be something there that I could use. Whoop, woo. See, a hair bear moving below me. Whoosh! In proper real dimension. None of this here to right over there. You know, loudspeaker there, and you got a sound in between it. A phantom image of bullshit. You know, might as well put a matrix decoder on it and get the phantom, get rid of the bloody phantom. You know, the Phantom Menace. Jar Jar Binks. What's you mean? Yeah. I think you need to use. Come on, Bear. Come on. Want to use litter? Cat litter? Come on, Bear. Come on. Uh-oh, Melanie's coming in. Oh, you are small. Oh, you are tiny. Oh, you are tiny. You are tiny. Oh, you little tiny girl. Oh, you're tiny. Hey, meow. Hello, hello, little girl. Yeah, you're having to look around. I know, you got your eyes on these acoustic things next to, see, that's why I can't have her really running around, because she'll start climbing up those, and then like my cat Bear did when he was I think he was very bit smaller than what he was now, and he climbed up these acoustical tiles, and then he lost his paws footing, and he comes scratching down, leaving his scratch marks all over the acoustic foam. There you go. So it's like 1 month, so it'd be like, oh gosh, about 18 months, I think. 18 months, got a guarantee, fully grown, sort of. Okay, you want to have a explore, don't you? Come up, but you can't explore around the room yet, girl. Too many spots in here. Come on. Ooh. Bear's okay, but he gets real mischief. would do. Oh, I wonder what that would do. How many, 1, 2. So go 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 10, that is. So what if dividing crossovers, 10 subs, and dividing them up into 10 groups of frequency band, so they only play a specific frequency band, so you've got to have a very sharp, very steep 48 dB, so you keep out the other frequencies as much as possible. And maybe just do a little with the, just do a kind of little offset, so the neighbouring next frequency on the other sub with the crossover won't overlay, kinda, but just keep it a little offset slightly. And just do 10 groups like that. Wonder what that would sound like. So the speakers are placed around the room, so you know which area around the room, which region is good enough for those frequencies, and the other regions, because the sound is still going to spread, but the enclosure box, or the box, would minimize the amount of, if I had enough you do that with very cheap Behringer DCX. Okay, you want to go out there? I'll come back in. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, do that. Try that. I mean, that guy with the 20 sub bass. Though his sub bass speaker crossovers are going to be pretty useless, because most likely he's probably only got 24 dB, crossover slopes. Going to be like that. You need 48 dB. Yeah, you can do an experiment like that to see how that sounds. Let's just go around. Let's just go around the sides and the back and the front. Nothing overhead, nothing below. So there's a lot of areas that, personally I think he's just wasting his money. Well, it's his money if he wants to keep wasting it on making a manufacturer a little bit more. Otherwise, personally, I think he should have been up to about at least 170. Because what he's making his room sound like is Atmos home, the loudest Atmos, I think he said, on the planet. I don't know. I really honestly don't know. I don't know what sound engineers would be thinking, like that design dub stages and thing. That's just a little bit absurd. It is absurd. Because it's going to sound just as dreadful like one of those stupid car hi-fis with a 2-channel stereo with a load of bass that's like boom like that, and the other signals are like that. It would just make your ears ring, and it wouldn't be artistic. It'd be just like, if you had that many, then you can change them, you know, get it to, you know, so you got a very good low extension and reinforcement, but not played it like that while the other speakers are like that, you know, with their bass, you know, on the other, you know, you're not going to notice it. You wouldn't notice it. I could do the same in this room. I can do the exact same. It won't be same SPL as his, because one, I wouldn't be stupid to go that high level, because it would just, even playing a sine wave tone sometimes at 20, 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, playing one of those tones just for a short time is bloody annoying, because it sounds unrealistic, unnatural. You know, his system in his room has probably got an average okay on the overhead, but terrible for the surround layout going around the room. He's got a few seats at the back of that room where he's got only 2 speakers for the back, and they're angled slightly, and the way they're over here, and so the other seat row is going to hear the surround speakers over the back surround speakers over that way. It just doesn't make sense. He's just gone complete bonkers with, actually, if he wants to put, because it can be done, you can put the surround signal into those subs, but the crossovers won't go high enough, so you'd have to set the crossovers to the highest that they can go, although you can do multiple sort of effect where you got the crossover set on the sub, but then you input another signal where it's going full range. Yeah, that's doable. That's doable. But it'll only play up to a certain limit. Come on, Bear. Because those subs or those drivers will probably have a roll off, maybe at start, maybe around 2 kHz. So he can play the surround signal, but yeah, it's going to sound weird. So it's going to sound weird because of the way it's got to be designed in the layout, so it doesn't sound too weird. I hate motorbikes, I really do. I hate motorbikes. I hate the bloody sound of motorbikes. Yeah, you do that. Otherwise, I think, when I look at that guy's room, he hasn't even got the same speakers for the surrounds. The side ones are totally different to the back ones. And even their positions, terrible. Terrible. That room, world, all that, it can't even do proper Dolby stereo, proper Dolby surround, Dolby stereo surround configuration. So yeah, another one that's another home theatre. It's just not worth it. Worth listening to. It's just so, I think, overrated. I'm not jealous. Why would I want to be jealous? I've heard that shit in a car before, and I tell you, I didn't like it. It sounded bloody awful. The only best place I've gone to in the world with a THX cinema that was voted 8th best THX cinema on the planet. That was decades ago. My goodness, where the heck was that bass coming from? And it wasn't just the bass, you just freaking feel it pressing into my body. High Wycombe UCI. I could feel it in my feet, my shoes, my legs, my body, even on my hair. I'm like, what the fuck? Where the bloody hell was that coming from? Wow. That was a stellar system. Too bad it doesn't exist anymore. Too bad. Because I tell you, any home theatre around today, it would still literally put any home theatre around in the dust. That was very well designed. One of a kind. Not even all these crappy Atmos downtown that I've been to would even come near or close to it. Just because it's what, Atmos? And again, fuck all this fucking Atmos. Fucking people talk about that. I can't hear the overheads. I can't hear the Atmos. Because they haven't checked, have they? They got no visual reference on the level meters and what those channels are doing. You'd be surprised to see that those overheads, the signal is down here and the LCRS signal is up here. It's called masking effect. You got to lower those other levels down. And occasionally you will see a bit of a, going up, but it's, when they're mostly playing, they're down here and everything else is up. You're not going to notice it. It's just like the same effect of going on the CB radio and you've got a load of stations and they're all like this. The signals are going up and down. All the stations are going up and down like that. Nothing's all equal. It's all because different output powers, different locations, and you're trying to make out, and then you call a DX out, and then to see which one heard you, and then acknowledge. But you won't get a word much way in edgeways on it because there's too many stations. You've got to say change to another channel where it's a little bit quiet, and then you can have a conversation depending on how long the conditions are stable in the ionosphere. And that shit still applies to audio. It's masking effect. If you got bloody sub-bass bloody like that, and you got the other ones, you got these other poor speakers playing at this level, you're going to get a masking. It's just going to sound terrible. Rather than it's got to be blended. But you got this great extension. But you don't need this stupid output. Otherwise, you're not going to get directional bass. You just get a mono bass coming from an LFE all the time. But you don't get a good bass from any of it, to be frank. It takes a little bit more than that. High Wycombe, my goodness, that was something. I could just put arachnophobia because arachnophobia is what I saw there. Or call it bassophobia. It was bassophobia. THX steroids. OBSR. Yeah. All based up and no base where to go. Oh dear. See, I'm doing this. I'm feeling the bass. I feel the pressure, constant pressurization, and my hand leaning against my face. I feel constant pressurization. I think totally different to the way the lot, all of you are thinking. Beyond 3, beyond 4, beyond, I'm thinking maybe 10th dimension. What if can be, what possible universe. What we're doing, where we're going. Well, we're staying here, we're not going anywhere. No, not even Planet of the Apes. If it is possible, it's kept very top secret. Suppose people be thinking other things. You gotta be thinking, because we're here now. With science and all this technology and voodoo. And how much percentage of the mind is mostly idle. It's not really, it probably takes something to go in and harness the formula. We all got it, even any species, I would imagine, but I would imagine if my cat was thinking a formula for it, he's not going to exactly tell. He's going to keep it quiet. Cat doesn't necessarily have to say a word, nor do, But if someone were to, you think how perverted the world is today with government. If someone said to someone that they knew someone that had a formula to one of the mysteries of light speed or whatever, a propulsion, they would want that, get hold of that person. Money. Try and, get them to shake the hand with the devil. And if that person were to refuse, I don't know, there might be some perverse way of, well, maybe they'll kidnap the person and shit, and the last time you heard and saw that person, and boom, now there's somewhere where the government are trying to get the information. That's the way the world works, and that's the way, social society works. It's very sick, sinister and perverted. I can't say I enjoy being around it. It's like someone came up with a better formula and all this sub-bass and think, yeah, some of that's okay, some of it's, but I want to see a little bit more, this JBL sort of thing and science. How come, why not a video? Why all the thing on paper and all these formulas? Where's the video for it as well, You can see NASA and all this bullshit. They got papers, they got bundles of videos. More videos than probably most people's got on a fucking YouTube channel. I think I've got what's it stuck in my ear canal. feel it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've got to wash it, but I'm going to have to pick it out. Ugh. Get a little rogue hair. You get rogue hairs sometimes. They go down the ear canal, and they're just gradual. They're just gently touching the ear membrane, eardrum, and they can't make a scratching sound. And so, I've got a camera. I can look down my ear canal if I want to. I've got it in the camera. Well, I feel lightheaded tonight. I think it's the climate and the blood. My body's what do you call it? What the bloody hell do you call it? Blood circulation. It's disagreeing with me tonight. Probably a side effect from the medication. Probably an hour side effect. So what are they still talking about over here? I don't trust this guy. He's one of those bloody insider reviewers. What's it, Stereo Review or something? I don't trust him. I don't trust some of these people. Bloody hell, they've gone into 3 pages on there. So, bloody hell, it's all talk. So no, why don't they do videos? Why don't they get into it and do videos? Because I've done some yappy. I've made some little changes, but you didn't exactly hear it in the video. And you saw a little, what's it, on the Spectrum Lab, but let me see, so how many speakers have I got going around the room? Okay, I can divert a little bit of the LFE signal at a certain frequency range and divide it because you can put crossover slopes on the Storm audio, 48 dB, 36 dB, 24, whatever, but like I say, 48 dBs, and I could put one speaker there on there and another one there, and divert the sub LFE signal, and then just set the crossover different on that speaker there and different on that and different, etc. And so it would generate when certain sounds are happening on screen with the subs up there, and then it would, yeah, it would just, it's got to be done so it doesn't cause any distortion on the you know. So a lot of other things would have to be sort of adjusted, modified, and then but really wouldn't do a whole lot. And like I say, when you play a bass or a sine wave tone, go through the surround speakers or sine wave tone, whatever, doesn't have to be LFE, a sub bass, it's still a freaking sine wave. Anyone that knows this knows this. So if I, it's going to go through the sine wave tone, it would have a tendency, maybe it's coming more this way, or it might be that way, or it might move that way or that way, depending on when I'm going through the variable frequency on the sine wave bit by bit by bit. And it's got this kind of movement that's in the low range, and then when it gets up to the middle range, it'll do something a little bit different. And you can feel a little bit of the mid high frequency, but it's very, very minimal, sort of tingle vibration. 1 kilohertz, it's possible to feel it, but the to get it to get a little bit more resonant or such, because once it goes up, once you play a little bit high, but you got to dampen down the rest of the tone so it doesn't sound like you've got to put your fingers in your ears, because it will get bloody loud, if you want to feel it. But you could put your hand on a diaphragm, play 1 kilohertz on a bass drive diaphragm, and you'll be able to feel a little vibration. But you decouple your hand from the bass cone, you don't feel it. You don't feel the tingly vibration. I think it's also possible to take that signal and put it through a conversion so it can generate a lower pitch tone. There is a device out there, I think, that you can convert it. I don't really care. I don't care. Well, it's 4 hours 15 minutes, and that's that. Over and out. I'll be back with more ranting as and when I'm goddamn good and ready. Meow! Let's go, bear. Let's go. Meow meow. Oh, he's settled down now. He's relaxed, kitty. He's relaxed. Don't do it when you want to meow to it. Meow. Okay. Meow meow.